Saw dudes, you're listening to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Good job. Congratulations. You did it. You're here a little early. Very proud of you. Also very proud of $signs over on DLive for first comment of the day. Okay, folks, we're going to get the show started in just about 1 minute and 1 second. But as we will surely mention again during the episode, the Canary Cry Radio YouTube has officially been eliminated. A flawless victory by Susan Wojcicki. So just another reason to follow us in as many locations as you possibly can, and make sure to turn on notifications. Why don't you go ahead and just hit the like button right now while you're thinking about it. But head on over to CanaryCry.Party. CanaryCry.Party. We have learned recently that if you're having trouble with CanaryCry.Party, go ahead, type in http //CanaryCry.Party. Don't put the S in there, just HTTP. Or you can just follow us on social media. Follow my Twitter account, baby. Find me. You can find me. It's a good place to go. We'll be putting out clips of the show, all sorts of fun stuff. Anywho, there you go. Follow us everywhere. We're about to get started, okay? Buckle your seatbelts. Stay hydrated. You know the drill. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is June 30th, 2021. This is episode 357. And today, Sam I Am. Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And as those of you in the pre-stream heard, Susan has given the final blow to the Canary Cry Radio YouTube channel.
Yup.
It is dead.
It is dead. It is dead. That's right. So, unfortunately, I mean, the biggest part about this is it means Face Like the Sun is probably next, as we know. But there you go. But do remember, I mean, here you go. We had the final blow on the Canary Cry Radio channel, so you know it's coming. But go ahead and follow us if you're on YouTube. Follow us on our backup channel, which is Canary Cry News Talk, youtube.com/Canary Cry News Talk. You can also find links to that at CanaryCry.Party. Yep. You have anything else you want to say about that? I don't know if there's much to say.
We are streaming on the Canary Cry News Talk YouTube channel for the first time today. So if you're there, then thank you. Congratulations. You're the first people to draw attention from the Eye of Sauron.
Yes. How many followers we got over there now? It's not as much as it should be. I'll tell you that much.
I know. I don't know how quickly I can get that.
I think we were at like 270 last time I checked.
327.
327. Okay, folks, you know the drill. Go to YouTube or go to youtube.com/Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe to there because when the Face Like the Sun channel goes down, if you're not subscribed to Canary Cry News Talk, that'll be it. That'll be the end. It'll be the end of the YouTube for you. So make sure to do that. I wanted to take a second, Gonz, at the beginning of this show and welcome all brand new listeners. We've been having a nice constant influx of brand new listeners, especially throughout the pandemic here. I want to welcome you, and I want to, address the fact I want brand new listeners to feel seen and heard and address the fact that we understand that this show there's a certain level of obstacles to overcome with this show. We kind of have our own little language. We've got inside jokes. We've got references that maybe we don't explain every single time. And, we get it. It can be a little off-putting trying to get into a new show. But I just want to let you know we see you and we welcome you. This is a safe place for you weirdos. And just want to encourage you to know that we're not trying to alienate people with inside jokes and secret languages. And I want to encourage you to stick around because you'll get it, and it only takes about an episode or two to be in on the joke. So stick around.
And you can always help produce the show by asking a question with your producership if you want to know something. That's a good way to.
We'll be happy to answer questions.
Yeah, we've been podcasting since 2012. I've had the Face Like the Sun YouTube channel since 2011 and been blogging since 2011. So it's a decade, 10 years of content.
Yes, we've got 10-year-old inside jokes, but it doesn't take long to get integrated.
Right, and it's not just inside jokes. A lot of times we'll get notes from people or comments about, hey, you guys don't cover this story. And it's like,
right.
We covered
don't you know about Luciferase? Yes, we were talking about Luciferase in 2016, and we are very aware. And not that's not a brag. Not trying to be not trying to be a jerk about it. Just saying, you're in the right place. If you want to know about Luciferase, explore the 10 years of material we have for you. It's all there for you.
Yeah, and if you're just I like how you just come up with Dan in Montana. Wow, whoa.
Yeah.
Really going after people in Montana. What do you have against people in Montana? It's a beautiful
Dan
state
in Montana. It's Patty in West Virginia.
Okay.
I hear. We know you're here.
All right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can also go to newpodcastapps.com and you can download some new apps that are Podcast 2.0 compliant. And we got a little, I guess it's a shout out, a response on my Twitter page from Adam Curry, who is the co-host of No Agenda Show and the podfather, the man who co-invented the RSS feed, which is the podcast. So getting a little, a shout out from him was really nice. And, we've been on the podcasting 2.0 train from the beginning. It's a little technical. It's not always the easiest thing to integrate into stuff. A lot of the value for value side of things is all based on Lightning Network, which is not the easiest thing to get into because you got to kind of understand Bitcoin and then you got to learn Lightning Network and there's a barrier there still.
You're already making my head spin.
Sure. But so you can go to newpodcastapps.com and look at all the development happening there because I think that is kind of the new way things are going to work apart from the mega tech platforms. Yeah. Where anytime you comment, someone that comments can get a little Satoshis. Everything is value for value, which is pretty amazing when you get into it. But in any case,
we'll be talking more about podcasting 2.0 as we make sort of the full transition or addition, as it were, to our outlets. We might even make, I don't know, a little video, maybe a little mini episode or something, just to round it out a little bit more. And I know Adam Curry is putting out a lot of great resources and information. So the info's out there if you want to learn. But for, the full-on cancellation of the Canary Cry radio YouTube channel does signal sort of the next step in transitioning out of the sort of mainstream broadcast mediums or outlets. We've been getting strikes for a while now, but the actual full cancellation is sort of next level. So, we'll do our best to put out resources as well, and not just for us either. Not just for our show. There will come a time sooner or later where you just can't at all rely on YouTube for the info that you want. And I know it'll take like a little bit of patience and a little bit of intentionality to make sure that you're hooked into the alternative independent media frameworks. But it'll be worth it. because the alternative is you just turn into a YouTube hive mind sort of compliant sheeple, which is, you know what, if that's how you want to live your life, that's fine. We all have to make those choices. But there you go. So
just for clarity too, I see Dento Bean. How are we watching if you guys are canceled? As most of you know, we've been streaming on two channels.
Bean, you know this, Dento Bean.
We have the Face Like the Sun YouTube channel and the Canary Cry Radio YouTube channel. It's the Canary Cry Radio YouTube channel that was shut down. Got the third strike.
Bean.
Are you disappointed in Dento Bean?
Dento Bean. Okay. All right. You ready to keep moving?
Yep.
All right. Let's pop in. We both have something else to talk about.
I still have a little tickle in my throat, so I may cough. I'll try to cough off mic. I don't have a cough button. I should get one. I should get a mute thing. They have them. It's like a little foot pedal. I'll grab one eventually. But,
I know. I've been meaning to get one too.
Yeah, and I woke up this morning. Have you heard of Mongolian throat singing, Basil?
I have. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I felt like that this morning. I woke up and I was very.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like. Well, anyway.
Yeah. Well, you sound great, Gons. You've got the sultry, the dulcet tones of an angel. I was going to mention, I was talking to a listener of the show recently, and they were listening to the show. They were sitting by the pool, had their headphones in. Somebody came up to them and just started talking. You know, these people who will come speak words to you in public, and you kind of don't expect it to happen, especially when you're listening to a podcast. And they started asking, what are you listening to? Oh, I'm listening to this, this online radio show. They call them podcasts. This person they were talking to was a little bit on the older side. So, and this person was curious. Oh, what are you listening to? Oh, well, it's a show called Canary Cry News Talk. And they're like, oh, what do you? What's your biggest takeaway? What are you learning?
Give me your elevator pitch, listener.
Yeah, pitch me this online radio show you are speaking of. And here's the thing. You don't necessarily, well, some people do, but this person did not necessarily want to dive into, so, I don't know, pick any topic, disembodied spirits of Nephilim inhabiting biological machines to harvest our organs for whatever reason, or perhaps some sort of deep state conspiracy, whatever the case may be. And they just said, oh, well, I've been learning about robots and AI and how they're taking everybody's jobs. And I thought, you know what? That's beautiful. You listen to our show, you've got a wealth of things that you can talk about if asked. And, no matter who you're talking to, everybody wants to know about the robots and how they're going to take our jobs. And that's part of the reason why we start the show out with a Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
And for those who are new to the show, let me tell you, the Flippy update is Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and how there's nothing we can do about it. I forgot to mention, Gons, I did change the Flippy update
I
today.
just realized that. Thank you for not telling me about that.
I forgot to tell you that in our pre-show production meeting. But I did change it here. So this is coming from Bloomberg.com, and I want to thank producer Igorius for bringing this to my attention. This came out on the 28th, and it reads like this: fired by bot at Amazon. Quote, "It's you against the machine." Dun, dun, dun. And it goes like this. Stefan. It's that name again. I'm going to call him Stefan.
Yeah.
Stefan Normandin spent almost 4 years racing around Phoenix delivering packages as a contract driver for Amazon.com Incorporated. Then, one day, he received an automated email. The algorithms tracking him had decided he wasn't doing his job properly. The 63-year-old Army veteran was stunned. He'd been fired by a machine. Normandin says Amazon punished him for things beyond his control that prevented him from completing his deliveries, such as locked apartment complexes. He said he took the termination hard and, priding himself on a strong work ethic, recalled that during his military career, he helped cook for 250,000 Vietnamese refugees at Fort Chaffee in Arkansas. Quote, I'm an old school kind of guy, and I give every job 110%, he said. Quote, this really upset me because we're talking about my reputation. They say I didn't do the job when I know dang well I did. Normandin's experience is a twist on the decades-old prediction that robots will replace workers. At Amazon, machines are often the boss. At Amazon, machines are often the boss, hiring, rating, and firing millions of people with little or no human oversight. Amazon became the world's largest online retailer in part by outsourcing its sprawling operations to algorithms, sets of computer instructions designed to solve specific problems. For years, the company has used algorithms to manage the millions of third-party merchants on its online marketplace, drawing complaints that sellers have been booted off after being falsely accused of selling counterfeit goods and jacking up prices. Increasingly, the company is ceding its human resources operation to machines as well, using software not only to manage workers in its warehouses, but to oversee contract drivers, independent delivery companies, and even the performance of its office workers. People familiar with the strategy say Chief Executive Officer Jeffrey Bezos believes machines make decisions more quickly and accurately than people, reducing costs and giving Amazon a competitive advantage. Amazon started its gig-style flex delivery service in 2015, and the army of contract drivers quickly became a critical part of the company's delivery machine. Typically, flex drivers handle packages that haven't been loaded on an Amazon van before the driver leaves. Rather than making the customer wait, flex drivers ensure the packages are delivered the same day. They also handle a large number of same-day grocery deliveries from Amazon's Whole Foods market chain. Flex drivers helped keep Amazon humming during the pandemic and were only too happy to earn about $25 an hour shuttling packages after their Uber and Lyft gigs dried up. But the moment they sign in, flex drivers discover algorithms are monitoring their every move. Did they get to the delivery station when they said they would? Did they complete their routes in the prescribed window? Did they leave a package in full view of porch pirates instead of hidden behind a planter as requested? Amazon algorithms scan the gusher of incoming data for performance patterns and decide which drivers get more routes and which are deactivated. Deactivated guns. Human feedback is rare. Drivers occasionally receive automated emails, but mostly they're left to obsess about their ratings, which include 4 categories: fantastic, great, fair, or at risk. And the article goes on in quite the expose of the situation here. But as we've dove into all the new fun and exciting ways that robots are going to take over the world, now there's nothing we can do about it. We've talked about burger flipping robots. We've talked about delivery robots. We've talked about robots becoming scientists, replacing graduate students,
artists,
construction writers, construction workers, farmers, everything, cow milkers. Robots are taking over everywhere. And one sort of bastion that I would say maybe like robot apocalypse anti-alarmists will say is that, the robots can never take away the human touch. You'll always need human resource people. And Amazon is proving that that is absolutely not true. As we've seen with the nursing robots completely deleting the human touch of the nursing profession, same with managers. Managers is also one of these things that the anti-alarmism people will say like, oh, there'll always be human managers. You need a human to, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just not true. And you can't trust these robot anti-alarmists. In fact, I would suggest you need to maybe check for some sort of maintenance panel on the back of someone's neck if they're trying to tell you that to not be worried about the robots taking over.
Yeah, I would argue also that our YouTube termination, the Canary Cry Radio deletion, was also automated. I think we were definitely removed by a bot because
the strikes definitely start that way for sure.
Yeah, but because it's the number of strikes, you get a warning and then you get 3 strikes and you're out. If an algorithm discovered that you said the words whatever it is, that's
they listen
on the list.
to every. We probably have more robots listening to this show than we do humans, unfortunately.
Well, in terms of the YouTube, the actual team YouTube, because the emails that come, especially the one that told us that they found severe and repeated violations of our community guidelines, it's signed sincerely the YouTube team, which is kind of a nice way of saying us and a bunch of algos, like some humans and also some algos.
Well, as we know, robots will be co-conspirators. They are co-workers. There's a robot on your team. The robot is not a tool to be used by your team. It is a member with personhood on whatever you're working on. I do want to give a shout out to KT Cleans a Lot on YouTube for bringing something just so wonderful to my attention, and that is critical robot theory. Is the new CRT, instead of critical race theory, critical robot theory. I think we could possibly coin that term, considering we've been hyper-focused, maybe a little obsessed with the robot takeover for about 10 years, reporting on the personhood issue in our first 20 episodes, something like that.
Must have been the first 10, within the first 10.
It was really early. And so critical robot theory. Katie Cleans a Lot will put you on the academic peer-reviewed paper when we become
the panel
activists.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, you got anything else to go on this story here?
That's the rest is history.
I feel bad for the guy too, an Army veteran. Of all people, he would be the guy. And he's got a cross necklace and a fanny pack. You can't buy this guy.
And a fanny pack. He seems like, of course, this is another example. So it's been criticism of sort of American cold-hearted lizard people corporatism for decades, that they don't really care about the individuals working for them. Humans are just sort of a widget. People are a widget to be replaced. And the sort of apocalyptic part of this robot takeover is not that the robots are bringing some sort of new mindset and new algorithm or new ideology to the workplace. It's that they are the cold-hearted, perfectly executed version of the long-standing lizard people corporate ideology of dehumanization, at least in American business, but it's global or pancake business. So, that's the worst part, is that these robots are the perfection of the worst parts about our society.
Yeah. Quick administrative note to you, Basil. If you are going to eliminate a flippy story that you often do, can you just throw it into the additional stories just so it's there for the curious-minded?
Yeah, I will do that. Sorry.
Because did you see that robot?
I did.
Yeah.
And yes, the reason I skipped it is because we actually reported on that robot when he first came out. Yeah.
Oh, but there was footage.
The gymnastics, the Disney gymnastics robot.
Yeah, but he did the Spider-Man move, like in the sky. He did the whole roll in the. All right.
No, it's very impressive. So interesting. We actually reported on that robot before we switched to our 3-hour format, before the pandemic.
Well, it would have been a good reason to report it again, but
I agree.
not good enough for Basil.
I should have kept it around. I just got too excited about this one that Igorius sent us.
Cool. Well, hopefully everybody is staying cool because the elites have decided.
Burn it all.
This first story here from The Guardian. I think they changed the headline here. Joe Biden blames climate crisis for deadly heat wave in western U.S. and Canada. Of course.
Of course he does.
Of course he does, yeah. And it says here, Joe Biden has joined scientists. Sorry, I can't do it.
I know. It seems like such a simple sentence, but it's so loaded. Such a loaded term.
Loaded. Joe.
Give me a break.
Joe Biden has joined scientists in blaming the climate crisis for a record-shattering heat wave in the western U.S. and Canada that has been linked to dozens of deaths, buckled roads, blackouts, and wildfires. Officials in Canada have been shocked by the rise in temperature, which on Tuesday hit 49.6 degrees Celsius. It's 121.1 degrees Fahrenheit in the town of Lytton, British Columbia, smashing the national record for the third day in a row. And you know what they say, records are made to be broken. The extended heat wave has also posed a health threat. In the greater Vancouver area, police said they responded to at least 134 deaths over the 3-day heat wave. I think that number is up even higher now. I think it's reached about 200 or maybe even more. Quote, "We've never seen anything like this, and it breaks our hearts," said Sergeant Steve Addison. Quote, "The vast majority of these cases are related to the heat. By Tuesday afternoon," I wonder how many of those are COVID deaths, too. They're like, heat wave, but also COVID-19.
Yeah, what a conundrum.
Yeah.
What a conundrum for them. They have to try to decide whether a death is a COVID death or a climate change death.
Right.
Sorry, climate emergency.
Technically, it's all under the same climate, thing. Even COVID is a climate change issue, right? By Tuesday afternoon, Addison said police in the Vancouver suburb of Burnaby had responded to more than 65 sudden deaths since the heat wave that has spread across the Pacific Northwest of the Americas began on Friday. Quote, the large number of these sudden deaths involved seniors between the ages of 92 to 70. Normally you do the younger age first, right?
Yeah, that's weird.
It's weird
Okay.
to do it backwards. Said Constable Sarbjit Sangha of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in another suburb, Surrey. Quote, "The youngest person that we had is a 44-year-old. On the U.S. West Coast, Seattle and Portland have registered consecutive days of exceptional heat. Local authorities said they were investigating about a dozen deaths in Washington and Oregon that could be attributed to the scorching temperatures. Quote, anybody ever believe you'd turn on the news and see it's 116 degrees in Portland, Oregon? 116 degrees, said Biden. Did
he whisper that?
He might have whispered it.
116 degrees.
I wrote the bill.
Oh, speaking of which, we made the comment about the Joe Biden ASMR last episode.
Yeah.
The Daily Show made a little clip about it.
Oh.
They made a video. So.
Well, they clipped us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wow. We were on the Daily Show?
What's that guy's name? Trevor Noah.
And Trevor Noah.
He's a huge fan of the show.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's so woke.
Come on. Produce the show, Trevor Noah.
Yeah, he got paid millions, didn't he? To come out here in America and be the voice of the woke.
Yeah, of course he did.
Okay, so Biden says yes, 116 degrees in Portland, Oregon. 116 degrees, said Biden in a barbed criticism of climate change deniers.
So barbed.
Quote, but don't worry. There's no global warming because it's just a figment of our imaginations.
There's that petulance again from the Biden administration.
Give me a break.
Temperatures in the Vancouver area reached just under 32 degrees Celsius on Monday, but the humidity made it feel close to 40 in areas that were not near water, according to Environment Canada. It goes on here and it talks about just how hot it is, and we get it. It's very, very hot, and stay safe out there. I wanted to just bring a couple of these stories because it is kind of interesting, the timing of a lot of things. and the infrastructure bill, obviously, and then the climate stuff. People made fun of the climate change or global warming, which again, it's interesting that Joe brings up global warming because they changed the language. Remember, global warming wasn't happening. It just kept getting colder for a while. So they changed it from global warming to climate change.
Right.
But he's bringing it back. He's old school, man.
Oh, that is interesting. I didn't even notice that. He called it global warming again. He's not supposed to do that. He's going off script.
Well, yeah, but because it's hot, he can say it now,
It's climate emergency, Joe.
Is
Stick
Al Gore,
to the prompter.
Is Al Gore coming out? See, I told you.
Have you seen the pictures of Al Gore recently?
No.
There was a picture going around of he was making some sort of video comment, and people were sending around screenshots of it. It looks like his face is melting.
I don't think that's real.
You don't think so?
The one where his nose looks like it's turned into the devil nose.
Are you ready for some nose facts?
Sure.
I think it might. I mean, I don't know. I just honestly did not do that much research into it. But your nose and ears never stop growing as you get older.
That. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going through a whole thing.
All right.
So I think his nose is humongous. It's just what happens.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes drinking can be involved in that too. But
drinking
his eyebrows.
Adrenochrome? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Gons. But it just looks like he had some Botox. I mean, his skin is as smooth as it's ever been.
Yeah, well, I can believe that. Well, I'm looking at a picture here from Up Rocks just to kind of get a... let me see here. Let's show the audience. I mean, he looks old. He is old.
Yeah.
But
he's got that cool big nose. And this forehead skin is... oh, I see. You're looking at a different picture. Oh, he looks tan. Is this the new Orange Man?
Oh.
We have a new Orange Man, everybody.
Maybe it is Trump.
Sorry for my tangent here.
Yeah,
Let's
we're all
continue.
we're going down some bad. The other article that I wanted to briefly mention is from the Washington Post. It's the climate change, stupid. That's the headline.
Who said that?
The Washington Post.
Oh, cool.
It's the climate change, stupid.
Yeah, great. What a bastion of journalism in America.
Yeah, and it's not even worth reading. It's kind of the same thing as the other article there, but
yeah,
I do want to mention. I don't think we reported the heat dome story when I saw it a few days ago. We might have. I don't know. It was also Washington Post. Yeah. How a heat dome is pushing extreme temperatures to new heights in the West. This was June 18th, and they have this diagram in there of the heat dome, and if you're like a flat earther, if you're a dome Earth guy or gal, you might have gotten triggered by this thing.
Yeah,
but not to be outdone, you have the computer models. The article stated by Sunday, computer models indicate the intensity of the heat dome will begin to wane, which it didn't, by the way. It didn't. It got worse. So again, computer models proving to be completely worthless.
I know. Even professional climate scientists say these computer models are just sort of fun to play with, and that they're pretty bad at actually figuring things out. Mainly because of clouds. It's very difficult to accurately represent clouds in a computer model. And so, you can put in as many numbers as you want, but if there's clouds, it throws the whole equation off.
Or it's the elite playing with the HARP machine and, messing with the scientists'
That's probably more
data.
than likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got HARP up in Alaska there, just miles away from Canada.
Supposedly shut down, right? Or are they back open? I can't remember. I remember at one point they shut down.
They've claimed that it's shut down, but they also claim that aliens did not crash land at Roswell.
Sure.
So,
they also claim aliens exist or don't exist.
No, they don't. They don't claim anything very specifically. We need to pay them billions of dollars of taxpayer resources in order for them to answer that question.
Sure. Yeah, and I remember actually when we did our, I think it was, I don't remember if it was the geoengineering interview we did, but pretty early in the Canary Cry radio days, we actually quoted right from the HARP website where they talked about they were trying to deny all the criticisms of like, we don't control the weather. Our technology isn't about that. It's to track everybody. And we were like, what? Why would they say that? I mean, they basically admitted like, oh yeah, we use our technology to be able to track all the data and all the people and the climate and the change. And we were like, okay. The other thing is just, with the dome thing, speaking of predictive programming, there was a show called Under the Dome. Did you ever watch any episodes of Under the Dome?
No.
Yeah, either did I, but...
Oh, cool.
Literally, the show is, there's a mysterious dome that takes over a town, and you can neither go in nor out of this
like
large dome.
Like the Simpsons episode.
Yeah.
Like the Truman Show.
Yeah. Here's the other theory here. I don't know if they're related, but, there's been a lot of Bill Gates hate happening, and we'll get to the Bill Gates story. It's the second half of the show. There's another Daily Mail article that really a scathing article about Bill Gates. But, Bill Gates, his whole hometown area is the Pacific Northwest. And I don't know. This is just complete. I'm just throwing it out there for people to think about. Is there a connection between throwing Bill Gates under the bus at this time and the crazy heating up of that general area? Do you think it's like some kind of messaging going on there, or am I reading too much into it?
Maybe a little bit of both. I don't know. It's, who knows, Gons? I mean, you are a crazy fringe alternative independent media producer, but, unfortunately, we get more things right than we get wrong.
Yeah.
I want to know, and maybe you'd be able to do a quick search on this because I have my VR hand. I can't quite do it. One of the problems that we've seen in the past that just sort of roll my eyes is they'll say, it's a climate emergency. It's hotter in Texas than it has been in 100 years. And it's like, okay, so it's been this hot before. Yes, but 100 years ago. So you mean before, like, cars and human-made pollution? Yes, but now it's that hot again for 100 years. Like, okay, so it's been this hot before, even before cars and human-made pollution. So why is it suddenly now, a climate emergency, man-made climate emergency, and it wasn't 100 years ago? Would you want to see if there's anything about this about Oregon? What did they say? It was 116 in Oregon?
Yeah.
Is that the hottest on record, or was it this hot 100 years ago?
Let me see here. Hottest on record in all 50 states. Let's see that. Let's see if there's something there. I know one part of it is, yes, it might be breaking some records, but as you pointed out, it might be records based on the 100 years of tracking and not necessarily.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I'm not against it breaking records.
Thousands of years.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if in the 100 or so years we've been recording, mass weather data, if it's been that hot before, it's been that hot before. And
right. It's not man-made climate change.
I mean, whatever. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it's at least say that. I mean, at least bring it up. It's not even mentioned.
I did find this earthobservatory.nasa.gov website, and it's not a specific state or anything like that, but it says the world is getting warmer. Thermometer readings around the world have been rising since the Industrial Revolution. And the causes are a blend of human activity and some natural variability, with the preponderance of evidence saying humans are mostly responsible.
Okay, so they're mixing it. They're doing a little mix.
Yeah.
Little nature versus nurture. Little nature plus nurture.
2/3 of the so they mentioned 1880. So it's, the temperature has increased a little more than 1 degree Celsius since 1880. 2/3 of the warming has occurred since 1975. at the rate of roughly. So
Yeah. We've heard
it's
it all
all
before.
context of like the
you just
last.
want to look at the data, though. You know, they're taking all these averages. I just want to know, has it been 116 in Oregon before? But we don't need to answer that question now. Just something to think about.
Yeah.
Listeners, you can Google it for yourselves. I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do we want to move on? I see you have a little note here.
Oh, yeah. We did get an email from Marius.
No, this is from Anonymous.
Is it anonymous?
It is anonymous. And I have
anonymous.
It right here.
Yeah, you got
it says, "Hi, Basil and Gons. I thought I'd give you a boots-on-the-ground update of what I'm experiencing inside the heat dome. I live in the BC Rockies, and for the past week, I have not seen any clouds or airplane contrails. There is very little wind, and an eerie silence has taken over the mountains. Overtaken the mountains. Today, it's at its hottest. It was 43 Celsius. That's 109 Fahrenheit. Not super hot when compared to Death Valley, California, but super hot for a northern mountain town. Stepping outside my air-conditioned workplace, the sun feels like a hot iron radiating heat on you, and it feels just as close. I have never felt the sun quite like this, and I grew up in an eastern metropolis, the kind of weather that makes the concrete hot and asphalt sticky. It was often the surfaces that felt hot, and the sun was just a constant light, warming things up. Not this time. The water supply has broken down due to snow melt and higher than average flow in the creeks supplying the water. The high rate of flow has created so much silt that the municipality cannot filter and pump potable water." Oh my gosh. Interesting. Sounds like you guys need an infrastructure bill. We are instructed to boil water if necessary or purchase bottled water, obviously completely sold out. No need to pray for me, as I have been eating a lot of watermelon and I am doing better than most of the town. Well, don't tell me not to pray for you if I want to. Okay, Anonymous. Basil, I also have a supply of electrolytes in the form of yellow to brownish bananas. Ha! Gross. Get those green bananas. I thought I'd let the show and its listeners know what is happening, especially in light of recent talks about the fragility of our infrastructure. Our water supply has broken down due to too much water in the rivers. Too much water.
That's what I was going to point out from this note, is that being in California, there was a little town in California. We don't have the story here. It was a small town of like 700 people. They have no water. They just completely, the water supply just is gone. Mm-hmm. And all we hear about is drought in California. And in the meantime, if you're in an area, more mountainous, the snow is melting so fast that they can't filter the water fast enough.
Yeah.
It's like, this is all pointing to infrastructure stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you have not enough water, infrastructure bill. If you have too much water, infrastructure bill. Whatever the situation, we need to print more money.
Biden needs time. Yep, go on.
Yeah.
Do you want to finish the note?
I'll just finish it out here. Yep. The technical term used locally is turbidity, which kicks up the sediment on the riverbeds. For all the listeners, keep a supply of non-perishables and some personal filtration devices, which works anytime, anywhere except salt water, and pray that our Lord may be back soon. Prayerful Fan Anonymous. Well, thank you very much, Anonymous, and we appreciate all the boots on the ground reports that come in from producers around the world. And yes, if you're under the heat dome, dear listener, we'll be praying for you, and get yourself a water filter.
Yep.
All right. Next up, Gons, let's check in on the cyber pandemic.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
Cyber pandemic. This is coming from Bloomberg.com in the cybersecurity section, and the headline reads, "Top Pentagon Cyber Official Probed Over Disclosure Concerns." The Pentagon official, who has been overseeing its new cybersecurity initiative for defense contractors, has been placed on leave in connection with a suspected unauthorized disclosure of classified information from a military intelligence agency, according to an official document. Oopsies. Katie Arrington, Chief Information Security Officer for the Pentagon's Acquisition and Sustainment Office, it's just a fancy name for accounting, I think, but was informed May 11th that, quote, her security clearance for access to classified information is being suspended as a result of a reported unauthorized disclosure of classified information and subsequent removal of access by the National Security Agency, according to a memo made available to Bloomberg News. The National Security Agency, which is part of the Defense Department, gathers some of the nation's most sensitive signals and eavesdropping intelligence from foreign adversaries, mostly via satellite. Quote, if this preliminary decision becomes final, you will not be eligible for access to classified information or assignments to duties that have been designated national security sensitive. The memo from the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment said. The memo to Arrington provided no details about the possible disclosure of information. Pentagon acquisition spokesperson Jessica Maxwell said the department can't comment on any questions about Arrington's status. Quote, absolutely no decisions have been made or have been reached regarding any aspect, Arrington's attorney, Marcus Zaid, said in an email. He confirmed the content of the memo, saying that, quote, when faced with such programmatic allegations, DOD would routinely open an investigation as a matter of course. This is how the system works. Accepting an investigation, however, doesn't prejudge the merits. Arrington is on administrative leave during the, quote, preliminary investigation, the specific details of which have not been made known to us, Zaid said. Quote, she has neither been fired nor had her security clearance revoked. He said, we look forward to an opportunity to completely clear her name and her return to work. Arrington is a former two-term Republican state representative from South Carolina who ran an unsuccessful campaign for Congress in 2018 that emphasized her private sector cyber experience. She was brought into the Pentagon in 2019 under the category of highly qualified expert, and later competed for and attained the nonpartisan senior executive service status, Zaid said. Her official Pentagon biography says she has more than 15 years of cyber experience. Quote, through positions at Booz Allen Hamilton, Centuria Corporation, and Dispersive Networks. These positions have given her a unique experience of supporting and work with the government at large, small, and non-traditional contracting firms. A U.S. official familiar with the case said Arrington's politics as a Republican under a Democrat president aren't a factor in the investigation, and it's not an attempt to force her from the Pentagon.
Is that why Yahoo News reporting Rachel Maddow, NBC, that Trump's politicized hiring practices complicated normal government operations under Biden? That's their headline for this story.
I know. And Biden, in his own words, have, at least in the White House memos that went out, basically compelling people in the military and the government to snitch on people who are conservative, because we can't have any extremists working in the government or the military. So it does kind of stink of that, doesn't it?
It does, and it will emerge as kind of a theme, I think, in especially today's episode, of whether you like Trump or you hate Trump. He kind of did throw a wrench in how things operated, like the normal corruption protocol. Right. He placed people in there that would at least expose some of it, or at least draw attention to maybe some of the problems. And so I'm not surprised that we're seeing stuff like this, where they're calling out this one cybersecurity expert because she was a Trump favorite, and all of a sudden, they can't exactly do everything they want to do, maybe the way they want to, or maybe they have been doing, and so they got to call her out.
Especially in the context of the cyber pandemic, the Great Reset, all this sort of stuff. I mean, one thing that Trump got in trouble for was getting rid, like he would just slash entire departments of the government that, were like he slashed the pandemic preparedness office or whatever. Like
and Fauci was like, "Oh yeah, I'll show you with the pandemic."
Sure, but it kind of echoes this of Biden kind of doing the same thing, like, oh, we have a cyber pandemic coming. We should probably get rid of this Republican cyber expert out of the office. Let's finish up here. Just a couple more paragraphs. The official who discussed the case on condition of anonymity, of course, because of its sensitivity, also said the disclosure investigation isn't connected to Arrington's management of the Pentagon's ambitious Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification System, or CMMC, which is being slowly implemented as Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks reviews the program inherited from the Trump administration. So this was a Trump administration program, the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification System. It just happens to be that the Republican in charge of Trump's program is getting mysteriously pestered, I guess.
I don't remember if this is the article that goes into what that actually entails, but it's pretty. It does. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead.
Yeah. So, there's only 3 more paragraphs here. It'll give us a rundown. In 2019, Arrington took over implementing the program and attempting to build industry support for its complex certification process. She quickly emerged as a skillful ambassador, speaking at dozens of events to sell the program to the defense industry, according to Bloomberg government analyst Chris Corneli, who has studied the program. Under the certification program, every company in the defense supply chain, as many as 300,000 American companies producing everything from F-35 fighter jets to computer microprocessors to office supplies and plumbing equipment, must undergo a cybersecurity audit performed by a third party about every 3 years, overseen by an accreditation board, Corneli said. It's proceeding at a halting pace. The program sets the standard for our defense industrial base and must be the first step in establishing a framework of safeguards for industry, Senator Joe Manchin said in an email, the West Virginia Democrat, who's chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee Cyber Panel, said during a May 19th hearing that Hicks, quote, will be making significant modifications to the certification process.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they just happened to say they're going to be making significant modifications.
Sure. Yeah, and of course, is this the lawyer that came out and said it has nothing to do with the disclosure of this whole CMMC thing?
It was a U.S. official familiar with the case.
Okay. The fact that they would even say that suggests that it has everything to do with it.
Of course it is.
Because
this is exactly what it is. It's a Trump-era thing meant to shore up cybersecurity.
Yeah.
But remember, cybersecurity, you got the cyber pandemic from Klaus Schwab, you've got the Great Reset, and you've got Biden's infrastructure plan, which includes cybersecurity. And with now a history of hacks in the U.S. Government, the SolarWinds hack, that this was very important that they're able to shore up cybersecurity. But we can't have any pesky, industry experts actually getting the job done.
Right.
This needs to be an impotent attempt so that hacks can continue and money can be printed.
Yeah. You pretty much nailed it. It's it's just crazy how they're warning of a cyber pandemic. Well, we have a lady who can help shore up 300,000 American companies in all kind of important sectors to shore up their cybersecurity with an audit system and third party.
We can't have this
accreditation board. No, that'll slow down the cyber pandemic. We can't do this.
We can't not have government hacks.
So throw this lady under the bus because she's halting our plans for a cyber pandemic. It's pretty obvious. I don't feel like this is a stretch to even suggest that there's a nefarious agenda going on, given the I think coming, I guess it's July, the Cyber Polygon 2021, where they, and the national, what was it? The National Guard just had their drill last week of a huge cyber attack on the West Coast. So, yeah, it's just funny the timing of it all, And what did they get her for? Leaking disclosure of classified information. Yeah, and they don't say what, right?
And her lawyer said that they didn't even tell them, didn't even tell her or the lawyer exactly what that was. She has no idea what this disclosure is. I feel like if there was any sort of important disclosure that we would have heard about it, unless maybe this is sort of secret code for she told a Russian spy.
Sure, that's the other. I've seen people speculate that she was the one that, connecting different news stories out there right now. She's the one that told Tucker Carlson that he's being spied on, and I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, it could be, but I don't think that's the angle here.
She's the one who said that?
No, people are saying. People are trying to connect the dots between her and the Tucker Carlson story, which we'll get to later.
Well, that would be interesting. That
would be interesting.
That's an interesting dot connect, but I don't think there's any current evidence to show that would be the case.
Yeah, the thread connecting the two dots is thin.
It's not there. It's absent. Well, sounds like it's a good time to talk about the Great Reset.
Oh, you like the Great Reset, huh? Klaus likes the Great Reset.
We need a Great Reset.
Learn to use the dark side.
Blockchain.
Yeah, we haven't used that blockchain one in a while.
No.
Couple different stories here in regards to all that is blockchain and the Great Reset. This is MarketWatch.com. Capital Report. Government must have power to reverse crypto transactions, says co-chair of Blockchain Caucus.
Wow. There's a blockchain caucus. Great.
Yeah. And before we read this, we lean not like super pro Bitcoin, but we're just, Bitcoin in the current milieu.
There's a philosophy behind Bitcoin that is we find agreeable.
Right. And not that the technology is airtight. It is pretty good, but in terms of its inability for the government to stick their hand in the economic process and distribution of a medium of exchange or a store of value.
They don't like losing control.
They don't like losing control at all. So one of the things that if you read the Bitcoin white paper in the abstract, it says, this is a peer-to-peer digital currency that removes third parties. You don't need a third party. You don't need a PayPal. You don't need a bank. You don't need a Federal Reserve to allocate, distribute, monitor the financial transactions between two people. But of course, the government is like, no, we must be able to reverse crypto transactions. Let's see what it says here. Many in the cryptocurrency industry have long demanded that Congress provide, quote, regulatory clarity on how it will tax and regulate digital assets. But as powerful figures in Washington weigh in, it's doubtful crypto enthusiasts are liking what they hear. Democratic Rep. Bill Foster of Illinois, co-chair of the House Blockchain Caucus, said Tuesday that laws must be passed to allow federal courts to identify digital asset holders and then reverse transactions in Bitcoin or other digital currencies, a policy that is anathema to many cryptocurrency investors. Not just anathema, but technologically impossible in some cases, not all.
At least in the current form of the Bitcoin blockchain.
Yeah. Quote, you have to be able to go to a court and to unmask participants under some circumstances, Foster said during an Axios virtual event Tuesday, adding that cryptocurrencies must be, quote, pseudo-anonymous so the regulators can see. Okay. If transactions on the network are fraudulent. Different cryptocurrencies exist in a continuum of anonymity. Bitcoin, for instance, is largely anonymous, even as every transaction on the network is public for anyone to investigate. However, there are methods of discovering someone's real-world identity by studying this transaction history and searching the internet for instances when a Bitcoin user may have accidentally linked their Bitcoin wallet with personal information. It's possible, for example, for a user to send his wallet address along with an email signature that includes personal information like a name or phone number. Foster suggested new laws should require a different form of pseudo-anonymity wherein a court, that is a third party, could learn the real-world identity of a cryptocurrency user through, quote, a very heavily guarded key. Foster argued such tools are necessary for the government. Foster argued such tools are necessary for the government is to protect itself. Weird wording. American businesses and individuals from ransomware attacks like the one used to extort millions of dollars from Colonial Pipeline, an incident that led to widespread gasoline shortages last month. Even though the FBI was able to retrieve...
They found it in like 4 days.
Because the Bitcoin was sent to a wallet that the FBI already had the private keys to, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, so strange, huh? They just happened to already have the password to the ransom account.
Yeah, which suggests that the FBI are behind the hack. Quote, I've just said about 3 things that will drive the crypto purist berserk, like the trusted third party and so on. But in fact, there's not a technological alternative that I am aware of, Foster said. Quote, for most people, if they're going to have a big part of their net worth tied up in crypto assets, they're going to want to have the security blanket of a trusted third party that can solve the problem. Yeah, I guess that is the rub, isn't it? Like, this is why the anarchists and the libertarians loved Bitcoin when it first came out, because it's like, oh, you mean I can hold my own digital money without a bank or a government? Cool. You know, it's like holding gold, like actual physical gold coins, but you can hold your own digital money now. Many in the cryptocurrency industry have argued that no government can actually prevent its citizens from buying and selling Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies that provide varying degrees of anonymity. For instance, Changpeng Zhao, or CZ he's known as, CEO of the world's largest crypto exchange Binance, said at the recent CoinDesk Consensus 2021 virtual conference that, quote, I don't think anyone can shut it down now, given that this technology, this concept, is in 500 million people's heads. Meaning, you know, people have memorized their private keys. Just a few weeks later, the United Kingdom restricted use of the exchange within its borders, but the impact of that move on crypto use in the UK remains to be seen. And just to clarify that, they did ban some of the fiat on and off ramps, but I don't think they banned Binance in the UK, so you can still access the exchange. Foster continued that cryptocurrencies must be compliant with federal regulations and laws for them to ever become mainstream instruments for conducting transactions. Quote, we're going to have to establish a law between the legal and illegal regimes here, Foster said. That's not how this works. Criminals aren't going to be like, okay, government, I agree with your laws that we will break.
It's like saying, do not bring a gun into this bank.
Got it.
Now the only people bringing guns in the bank will be people wanting to rob the bank.
Quote, there's a significant sentiment, increasing sentiment in Congress that if you're practicing in an anonymous crypto transaction, that you're a de facto participant in a criminal conspiracy. So all those anonymous people that have sent us Bitcoin, you are a de facto participant in a criminal conspiracy. You use this guy's logic.
Jeez Louise.
And things didn't get better today. I think they were doing some more hearings. And yeah, people were saying just some ridiculous stuff. It's really, you know, as kind of someone that's been tracking crypto for a while, it's tough because on one hand, it's like, you got to kind of, it's always that narrow middle, right? Because if you go too far in one direction, you're basically agreeing with the technocracy of like, we need more educated tech people running government, you know? But if you go too far the other way, you're just complicit with the Federal Reserve, you know, creature from Jekyll Island of like, hey, we just need to stick to fiat. You know, right. The government's going to help us with our money forever and ever and prints and all this stuff. So it's tough, but, you know, the more this goes on, the more they're going to have to be complicit. And I think the way they are going to control it or try to control it is not by controlling Bitcoin itself or many of the top cryptocurrencies. I think it's them releasing their own cryptocurrencies whether it be CBDCs, which is the central bank digital currencies, or like a digital yuan, that's what that is, or this next story here. Basil, that's you.
Sorry, I was replacing my battery in my controller here.
I heard you clicking around over there. You want me to?
No, I got it. Okay, so this next story is coming from Bloomberg again. A lot of Bloomberg this episode.
Bloomby.
And it goes like this. The headline, Sam Altman wants to scan your eyeball in exchange for cryptocurrency.
Thanks.
What could go wrong?
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, Sam Altman has a new startup that intends to give a special type of cryptocurrency to every person on Earth. But first, it wants to scan everybody's eyeballs. Altman, the former head of the Silicon Valley business incubator Y Combinator, is one of three founders of the company WorldCoin. Oh, jeez.
Okay, so
cool.
I was exchanging text messages with the folks over at Truth Stream Media. It's Aaron and Melissa. And I was telling them about this story, and they were like, "Really, WorldCoin?" Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Yeah, WorldCoin." Like that's not even close to like it's not at all. It's not creative. It's
not even a good name.
If you're like a script writer, a film writer, or something like that. And you have a plot where this evil genius tech guy wants to take over the world, and he has this idea for WorldCoin. Some of the advisors would be like, "That gotta come up with a better name.
Bad name.
That's
we
a bad name for
better
a
than
project."
That. What about Libra? How about that? That sounds good. A little cryptocurrency joke for all you cool crypto kids. Okay, among the many parts of its plan, WorldCoin has designed an orb-shaped device that would scan a person's iris to construct a unique personal identifier. The company is backed by Andreessen Horowitz, the venture capital arm of Coinbase Global Incorporated, LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, and Day One Ventures. It recently raised about $25 million from investors. Altman, 36, said in an interview that he conceived the idea in late 2019.
Sounds like some watchers were whispering into his ear.
I mean, the funny part is that's like not even an original idea. No, you scan an eyeball and then you get cryptocurrency. Pretty sure that's in the Bible or close to it.
Before you go on here, it mentions, Reid Hoffman, the founder of One Day Ventures. He has been part of Bilderberg since 2011. So
yeah, perfect.
There's your globalist connection.
Totally.
Yeah.
The intention was to use cryptocurrency to spread money around equitably, inspired by you gotta get the buzzwords in there, inspired by the trendy economic theory known as universal basic income.
Trendy. It's trendy, bro. You heard of UBI?
Oh my gosh. You heard of TikTok? If you like TikTok, you're going to love universal basic income. Altman was the first investor in WorldCoin, but said he has no role in the day-to-day operations and mainly serves as an advisor to the company when needed. Quote, I've been very interested in things like universal basic income and what's going to happen to global wealth redistribution and how we can do that better, Altman said. See, this is a major shareholder capitalism mindset.
Yeah.
Oh, me? I'm just a billionaire, but I want to make sure that everybody gets a little bit of money. I mean, I still get all my money, but other people can have just a little bit of money.
And he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He's just an advisor. He lets other people. He's like all those tech guys that are like, oh, I'm the genius. I'll get on the stage and take all the credit.
Elon. They all want to be Elon. They want to become emperor of WorldCoin.
Right.
Quote, is there a way we can use technology to do that at a global scale? Oh, I don't know. Is there, Altman? The head of ventures is Alexander Blania, 27. Oh, my gosh. What are we doing?
It's happening, man.
27-year-olds. Making me sad. The head of the venture is Alexander Blania, 27, former student of theoretical physics at the California Institute of Technology and the Max Planck Society.
There it is again. It's all the people, all the things.
It's the globalist takeover here. He co-founded WorldCoin with alum Altman and Max Novenstern, who previously worked at Ray Dalio's investment firm Bridgewater Associates and at money transfer startup Wave. Wow. Very... Yeah, this is like a
Silicon Valley like happy soup over here.
Altman and Blania agreed to discuss their project, which hasn't been previously reported, after Bloomberg uncovered details of it and inquired.
Bloomberg doing its job.
Got leaked. Bloomberg leaked them. WorldCoin is still preparing for a formal unveiling, but for now, the startup is evaluating what it might take to one day get cryptocurrency to as many people as possible, Blania said. Quote, so many people around the world don't have access to financial systems yet, Blania said. Crypto has the opportunity to get there. Notice how the conversation is orbiting around crypto and giving poor people money and not the eye scanning technology where everybody gets an orb that they scan their eye with to get free money.
Yeah, and this is on the heels. They probably publish this now because of certain countries like El Salvador publicly announcing Bitcoin as legal tender and getting, it's a country destroyed by the dollar, destroyed by civil war, their currency.
Yeah.
And so
economic hitmen.
Yeah, economic hitmen going after them. And so they said, all right, we'll just use Bitcoin because anybody can use it. And we will give 70% of our country who don't have bank accounts a way to, transact financially.
Yeah.
And WorldCoin is like, no, you can't do that without the eye scan. Here, let us do our WorldCoin. I just think it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Go on.
And Y Combinator, too. Isn't that Google's...
I don't remember if it's exactly Google, but it's a startup. It's like a very famous startup.
Yeah, they were like the first, what are they called? Incubators.
Incubator, yeah.
I think they were kind of the one that kicked off that whole trend of startup incubator. And I want to say they're associated with Google, but I could be wrong. Then it kind of goes through a history of Altman. They tell his little bio here. He started a social media network. It wasn't great. Y Combinator, Airbnb, Dropbox, Stripe, blah, 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 blah. With WorldCoin, the startup promises, quote, a new global digital currency that will launch by giving a share to every single person on Earth, according to an online job description. The company aims to help economies transition to cryptocurrencies through a novel approach, a dedicated hardware device ensuring both humanness and uniqueness of everybody signing up. No pangolins allowed to sign up for WorldCoin. They got to be human. They got to be unique.
Oh, this is the best part coming up here.
While maintaining their privacy and the overall transparency of a permissionless blockchain. The device is a silver-colored spherical gizmo the size of a basketball. I did not imagine it being this humongous. I thought it was going to be like the size of a golf ball. The device is a silver-colored spherical gizmo the size of a basketball that can be carried around and used to scan people's irises in order to ascertain their unique identities, Blania said. WorldCoin has already started testing the orb on a small scale in various cities, he said. The WorldCoin currency itself is not yet ready for distribution, so the company is currently offering volunteers other types of digital coins, mostly Bitcoin, in exchange for scanning their eyes.
Don't do it. You don't need to scan your eyes to get Bitcoin.
On the process.
You don't need to scan your iris to get Bitcoin. Don't do it. That's a scam.
I want to know how much Bitcoin they're giving away for this iris scan. You see, get free Bitcoin. You can get $5 for referring your friends to Coinbase or whatever. Like, what is the price tag on scanning your iris to join the worldwide permissionless blockchain beast system?
It claims that it deletes all the data, though, later in this article, I think.
Then what would be the point?
Keep
the
reading.
company has fewer than 20 prototypes in circulation around the world, Blania said. A prototype orb costs about $5,000 to make, but the price, who's the orb squad going around? Like, who's supposed to own the orb and do the scanning?
Can you imagine? I want a meeting with your client. Oh, sure. What is it for? It's for WorldCoin.
WorldCoin. We've got an orb squad.
How does it work? Oh, you must come to this secret room in the back, and then they unveil, they uncover it. Here's the orb. Look into the orb, and you'll get WorldCoin.
It's so sci-fi. It's very much like Dune. It reminds me of something that would be in Dune, like look into the orb and become part of the WorldCoin system. A prototype orb costs about $5,000 to make, but the price will decline steeply as the company refines the process, he said, as if anybody cares how much the orb costs. WorldCoin will eventually be headquartered in San Francisco, though its employees are currently scattered because of the coronavirus pandemic. Investors aren't yet ready to talk about WorldCoin. Well, whoopsie daisies. They better get ready. Coinbase and Day One Ventures declined to comment. Yeah, no kidding. Representatives for Andreessen Horowitz and Hoffman didn't respond to requests for comment. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody responded for comment. According to Blania, iris scanning is an essential part of the plan because it can prevent people from trying to register multiple times to defraud the system. He's also aware of the privacy implications of handing over biometric information to a tiny startup and said WorldCoin will make the process as transparent as possible so users can see how the data is used. He said the iris scan will produce a unique numerical code for each person and that the image is then deleted and never stored. Well, if you have the unique numerical code based on the image, well, you could delete the image, but there's nothing. I mean, they don't mention it, but techie people out there are thinking, okay, well, can we reverse engineer the little code to recreate the image? What's the deal? Sounds like it's possible.
And
so,
yeah.
Wow.
What if the
really
numerical
incredible
code? Yeah, what if the numerical code is 666?
That would make as much sense as anything else I read in this article.
And plus, it's interesting how they said WorldCoin will make the process as transparent as possible, which means there's some areas where we can't make transparent.
We can't make it transparent, yeah. I mean, I would challenge somebody to name one company, just one, who claims to delete the private information and never store it, and not sell it or whatever. Just tell me one company that has promised that and has followed through with the promise.
You know what? I think we've seen a prototype of the orb of WorldCoin. It's when Trump met with the Saudi king.
That image was in my mind.
It's the WorldCoin orb. This might be a great time to become a flat earther. Be like, I don't believe in orbs.
And I reject all orbs.
I reject all orbs. And just as a further reference into this guy, Sam Altman, which is the reason why we named the episode Sam I Am, also Samyazi. There's little references there. Mashable, back in 2018, headlines, Sam Altman just paid a startup $10,000 to one day kill him and preserve his brain.
Cool.
Yeah.
Kill him?
Yeah, so basically he gave $10,000 to a company called Nectome, or Nectomy, a company whose sole purpose is, quote, the goal of archiving your mind. There's just one rather huge catch. They have to kill you first, like literally kill you. Nectom's co-founder Robert McIntyre told MIT Technology Review that the process is 100% fatal. So, yeah, I mean, he's basically signed up for a death date.
This is similar to the Netflix show called...
There's been a few Netflix shows.
I forget what it's called. Well, this was the funny one. I was watching it for a while at request of some listeners. No. This was a TV show where it was a company that scanned your brain and put you in heaven, in digital heaven.
I remember you talking about this.
Yeah, I was talking about it for a while. Let's see. Is anybody in the chat remember? I forget what it was. But part of the catch of, downloading your brain and going to digital heaven was that your head exploded. So they had to kill you, explode your head, and then you could get uploaded to digital heaven.
Yeah.
And I think the main character did not know about this until seconds before he got uploaded.
Wow.
Yeah.
The other connection to make with Sam Altman, this is even further back in 2015 by VentureBeat. Headline, why Y Combinator's Sam Altman thinks AI needs regulation. I think, oh, really? It needs regulation? And I'll just read a couple paragraphs because it is kind of interesting. Generally speaking, Sam Altman, president of Silicon Valley incubator Y Combinator, thinks technology gets regulated too much. But it's different when it comes to superhuman machine intelligence, SMI. Machines that can get smarter on their own and have greater computing power than humans in many capacities. Quote, the U.S. government and all other governments should regulate the development of SMI, Altman declared in a blog post. Quote, in an ideal world, regulation would slow down the bad guys and speed up the good guys.
Oh my gosh.
It seems like what happens with the first SMI to be developed will be very important.
Great.
And it mentions Bill Gates and Elon Musk's comments that were, that there was all the demon talk from Elon back then and stuff with the AI.
Mm-hmm.
But I like how he just assumes that he's the good guy, Like, yeah, give us the regulation to stop the bad guy. But I'm the good guy. I'm the good guy. I'm going to make the... Yeah.
The show is called Upload 2020 on Netflix.
Again, very creative.
And I'm sorry, it's not on Netflix. It was on Prime Video from Amazon. If anybody wants to check that out.
Yeah, and this is the reason why this is under the heading of the Great Reset is because it all ties into this idea that things are going to change, and the whole WorldCoin project sounds very much like something to be pushed out there for the ESG initiatives and the whole Great Reset thing. We're talking about, how they were planning to spend like $50 trillion, pour $50 trillion into companies that are ESG compliant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is one of those projects that can possibly soak up that money. The WorldCoin project.
Totally.
That
I would say that's the most likely thing, is that they're basically just putting themselves out there as a recipient. Like, hey, here we are. We're here to make everything equitable and change society. And, even if you get 1% of 50.
Uh-oh. You froze, Basil. Got a little connection issue there. Give me one moment. Is he completely gone? All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut him down for a moment, and hopefully he comes back. Oh, he realized it. That's good. There we go. Yeah, that wasn't good. You're back.
I'm back.
Okay, can everybody hear Basil here?
Check one. Oh, yeah.
Chat's not moving, so I can't tell.
Chat's moving for me.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah.
All right, so you were saying something about how they're just...
Oh, I forget. I mean, I was just talking about how when it comes to, the $50 trillion being made available for the ESG, what is that? The environment,
social justice, and governance.
Governance, right. I mean, this kind of fits all
All of
three
them.
of those.
Yep.
You know, they've been talking about Bitcoin and how it's so bad for the environment, and of course social justice. Well, equitably redistributing wealth and governance. Hey, we have control of everybody's bank account. So,
And we have your
with a
iris.
one world currency. Yeah, and we have your iris scan, which we promise we won't store.
Yeah, and along those lines of ESG, especially the environment, is this next story. I was very much triggered by this one from the San Francisco Chronicle.
Okay.
Go
Oh,
for
you
it.
want me to read it? Here I go.
Yeah.
This is coming from San Francisco Chronicle, sfchronicle.com. The headline, SF is getting the world's first cultured sushi tasting room where fish is grown in a lab. A first-of-its-kind sushi bar serving cultured salmon is gearing up to open in Dogpatch this fall, but it will be a while before paying customers can sample any of the fish. The project is the brainchild of the SF startup WildType, which has been WildType. Interesting. That's the term we saw distinguishing the COVID variants from the COVID, the OG COVID.
Yep.
The project is the brainchild of the SF startup WildType, which has been working since 2016 to produce cultured salmon or salmon grown in a lab. Like other alternative meat companies, WildType hopes it can eventually produce enough fish to be sold at grocery stores and to be served in dishes at Bay Area restaurants. Founders Arje Elfenbein and Justin Kolbeck, who announced plans for the new Dogpatch tasting room in April and more recently slated a tentative debut this September, said the sushi bar isn't a restaurant. Instead, it's more like an interactive museum where visitors get a window into how the fish is made. Literally, the tasting room will have a glass barrier allowing diners to peer into the production facility where the salmon is grown in stainless steel tanks, similar to what visitors might find in a brewery. They're trying to make this out like a cool experience you can have.
Yeah.
Where, it's not a restaurant. You don't go there and buy food. Probably because the salmon is not FDA approved and is not technically food yet.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that later here.
Okay. Quote, people are often so removed from the process of meat and seafood production, said Elfenbein, a molecular biologist by training who relied on his background in science and medicine to create WildType along with Kolbeck. Quote, we wanted to remove that barrier to have customers feel connected to what they're eating.
How disconnected does that sound? That sounds like somebody who grew up in the dystopia. Who just, this idea of fishing and farming is just foreign to these people.
Yeah. If you really wanted to connect somebody with where their fish comes from, put a fish tank in an actual restaurant and you can show them the fish, not a steel chamber, windowless chamber that is growing some sort of freakish pink goo.
But you can also go fishing.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's a recipe, like in Bass Pro Shop, they have the giant fish tank with like 3-foot trout in it. You should just have one of those. Give people a fishing pole. Let them fight for their lives, and then they can.
It's like the
eat the trout.
The Asian restaurants where you walk in, and usually Chinese. But they have those big vats of not vats.
These big vats. No, that's WildType.
That's WildType.
Vats.
No, they have the tanks with the lobster in there. Mm-hmm. And you can pick one and eat it.
This is just this seems fake to me. I know it's not fake. This is a real story, but this seems like a storyline, like a B plot on a Silicon Valley.
And WorldCoin doesn't?
They all do. Yeah, WorldCoin. It's like WorldCoin and this WildType restaurant would be little plot points in a Silicon Valley episode.
Yeah.
Companies like WildType fall into the category of what's known as cell-based agriculture, where instead of plant-based alternatives, animal cells are used to create cuts of meat in a lab. In the case of WildType, the company is still working with the same salmon cells it acquired a few years ago to create fish in its lab. These salmon cells are then fed nutrients in the tank before they are harvested and affixed to a plant-based structures that enable the cells to grow into a particular cut of the fish. From the cell stage to harvesting, it can take between 3 weeks to 3 months, said Alfenbein. Conventional fish farming can often take upwards of a year before the fish can be harvested. For now, WildType's lab will be invitation-only tastings limited to students and chefs. Tastings will emphasize raw preparations of the salmon, such as in sushi rolls or in ceviche. Whether it will taste any good is another question. One of WildType's first major events was a 2019 Portland, Oregon, surprise, surprise, tasting where Bloomberg described the taste of the startup salmon as lacking. Colbeck, burn. Colbeck and Alfenbein said they've used that feedback to continue evolving their product. Great use of evolving. At that time, a sushi roll using WildType salmon cost about $200 per roll. The duo has now brought that cost down to $30 per roll, but say they will have a long way to go. Quote, "Our work isn't done until we're able to make affordable seafood," Colbeck said. Oh, there's more. Oh, my God. There's a lot more. Do we really want to go through this whole thing?
We don't have to.
Did you have something highlighted?
I didn't have it highlighted, but I did.
It does say right here, unlike plant-based meat substitutes like Impossible Foods and Beyond Beef, which have skyrocketed in popularity in recent years, cell-based lab-grown meat products have yet to be approved for mass consumption by the FDA and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Bay Area companies like Eat Just, WildType, and Berkeley's Upside Foods are among a growing number of companies nationwide looking to make lab-grown meat, blah, blah, blah. So yes, not FDA approved. You probably technically can't sell this to customers.
Yeah.
And it's all part of the big plan to, reconstruct the food chain, because all those pesky meat packing companies keep getting hacked. We need to, this is probably another company vying for ESG investment.
It is 100%. It does mention, I think there's studies are still being performed on how cultured meats will impact the environment. The 2011 University of Oxford study indicated that cultured meats can generate 96% fewer greenhouse gas emissions than traditional meat. But a later study by the same university suggested that depending on the production and scale, lab-grown meats could lead to higher global temperatures in the long run due to some cultured meat production methods requiring a large amount of energy.
That's funny.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Maybe that's
try.
why it's so hot in Oregon.
Nice try, hippies. Yes, you're causing climate emergencies.
And, I, as a man who comes from the land, the original land of sushi, in the culture in Japan, it's a very revered thing to be a fisherman and to go get the salmon, and it's a very
and the whales.
And the whales. Not all salmon people are hunting whales, but yes, I disagree with the whale hunting.
Okay.
But and the way they get the fish and distribute it to the local chefs, it's it's like a revered historic tradition there.
Yeah, and which it should be all over the world.
It is all over the world, but it's just one of those things where the hubris of like, well, we can't be doing that. We can't continue that. We must we can't
live like those barbarians before us.
I really am curious if the pictures are of the actual sushi or the actual.
It looks like salmon, but who knows if that's actually it or not. Now, in this, the evolution of human eating that we are moving into, because of course we're going to destroy the earth with our current eating habits, and our choices are quickly becoming lab-grown protein or bug protein.
Wow.
Gons. So when given the choice to either die or eat, no, it's not even a choice. Would you rather eat cell-grown, lab-grown meat or bugs?
That's a tough one.
We'll say they're organic bugs. Not,
I was going to say...
Not lab-grown bugs. Let's say they're high-quality organic bugs.
On principle, I would
mhm.
have to go with the bugs because they're natural. You know, they just come from the earth.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to the palate, I don't know. I mean,
I know.
That's tough.
I would have to go with the bugs too. I mean, as long as they're not lab-grown bugs.
If it's a survival situation, then sure, the bugs. It's a pretty easy decision there.
John ate bugs. Hey, if John the Baptist can eat bugs, I can eat bugs.
Hey, I haven't been promised any psychedelic experiences from the cultured sushi yet. So
if we get, that's right, the cicadas could give us that psilocybin experience. Yeah, that might be a good selling point for these guys' lab-grown salmon.
Yeah.
Like, we just mix a little LSD in there. Just for fun.
Give us your iris scan and trade 10 WorldCoin for your first cultured sushi.
Trippy fish.
Trippy fish.
Stare into the orb and eat your trippy fish.
Laced.
Citizen.
Oh my gosh, we are moving into a dystopia. This world is becoming a little too movie-ish. All right.
Too real, man.
I know.
All right, let's talk about the WACCINE, huh?
WACCINE.
A pandemic special.
The USA Today headline: WHO, that's the World Health Organization, recommends masks even for fully vaccinated. Pfizer Moderna vaccines may offer long immunity. COVID-19 updates.
Oh my gosh, we're back to the masks, huh?
Oh yeah, baby.
What is this, March of 2020?
If you're working alone, wear a mask. The mask's not for you. It's to protect the people you care about.
Yeah, that's right, Batman. The World Health Organization has urged fully vaccinated people to continue wearing masks indoors and practice social distancing as the Delta variant surges in many parts of the world. Quote, people cannot feel safe just because they have 2 doses. They still need to protect.
Hold on. Hold it right there, buddy. World Health Organization. People cannot feel safe just because they had 2 doses. What is the point? What is the point of getting vaccinated? You cannot feel safe, says World Health Organization.
They still need to protect
It says
themselves.
more than it says. Sorry to keep interrupting.
No,
but
go ahead.
It says more than it says because, they're trying to say, you're still in danger. But they're also saying, like, we do not want you to feel safe.
Yeah.
Even though you've done everything asked of you, even though you've submitted yourself to an experimental vaccine, sometimes under duress, we cannot let you feel safe.
There's a certain point. I mean, I guess you just have to be a listener of the show or someone who tracks the kind of stories or the same kind of worldview or the logic or the critique of the stories like we do. But there's no way that a rational person can sit there and look at all the propaganda that's been pushed out there. Get the jab. It's for safety. Get the jab. You got to be safe. We need to be safe. Get the jab. Blah, blah, blah.
Earn your freedoms back.
Earn your freedom.
By getting the jab.
It's not about you. It's about the people you care about. All this stuff pertaining to the jab, not always the mask. And then the quote is, people can't feel safe just because they had the jab. No, they can't. They still need to protect themselves, said Dr. Mariangela Simao, World Health Organization Assistant Director General, during a news briefing Friday. The Center for Disease Control, however, told vaccinated Americans in May that they no longer needed to wear masks indoors. CDC officials pointed to the guidance Monday and gave no indication it would change, according to the New York Times. But some areas around the country are still urging vaccinated residents to wear masks indoors. Quote, until we better understand how and to who the Delta variant is spreading, everyone should focus on maximum protection, the Los Angeles County Department of Department of Public Health said Monday.
It's kind of an interesting paradox there. Until we better understand how and to who the Delta variant is spreading, you got to protect yourself. Well, if everybody's protecting themselves and quote unquote, the Delta variant is not spreading, how are you going to learn about it?
Yeah. And also, anyway, I was going to say, I was just going to point out how it's always, it's always like, the lesser of the two. So it's like, protect yourselves because we just don't know right now. And that's been the narrative for
that's
the whole year.
That's what's got him in trouble in the first place.
Right. The whole time
shut down the whole economy because we don't know.
Right. The Delta variant now accounts for 50% of active cases in Los Angeles, said officials Thursday, while it accounts for 1 in 5 of cases around the country. 23 states had more cases in the last week than in the week before, an analysis of Johns Hopkins University data shows. 26 states had more deaths than a week earlier. It doesn't specify. I mean, I'm assuming this is from COVID, but they don't specify that in this article.
That's true, and they're not actually giving numbers either, because that's been the problem. Again, that's been the sort of the magic trick of the Delta variant is they can say the Delta variant is doubling. First it counts for 5% of all COVID cases. Now it counts for 10% of all COVID cases. Now it's 20. Oh, it's doubling every week. All the while, the actual amount of COVID cases has been declining, even though the percentage of the Delta variant has gone up. The number of COVID cases are going down. And so, but it still gives them a way to, keep the fear mongering going. But it sounds like they're trying to say that COVID cases have gone up. But again, are they saying cases of COVID in general, or are we still talking about the Delta variant? Because they don't stipulate. It says 23 states had more cases in the last week than the week before. Well, is that COVID in general, or is that Delta variant? Because if it's 23 states had more Delta variant cases than the latest week than the week before, there could still be less COVID cases, just more Delta variant cases than there was. I think this is very sort of manipulative language they're saying here, sort of a lie by omission. They're trying to give the impression that COVID is surging when the data has shown COVID is receding. Just more of it is this Delta variant, which some would describe as something akin to the common cold.
Right. And
completely new symptoms, completely new, almost no overlap with the original COVID, as we've been tracking.
Yeah, and you go down here, the article pretty much ends there with all these bullet points of stuff happening around the world with COVID. The U.S. has more than 33.6 million confirmed COVID-19 cases.
That's been the same number for 4 months or something.
I know.
We've been reporting that exact same number. So it doesn't sound like many people. If that number's been the same for at least a month, I think more like 3 or 4 months, then it seems like things are a little bit in better shape than they're wanting us to believe.
And it's interesting because the article ends there, and there's like a couple more like extra articles tagged on to this page. Mm-hmm. And one of them is fewer Black Latino students have access to full-time in-person learning. Like, okay. And then the next one, Moderna announces its vaccine provides some protection against all coronavirus variants. It's like, all right.
Okay, then why do they need to wear a mask?
Yeah, what was the whole thing you just told us? And then further down, Pfizer, Moderna vaccines may offer immunity for years to come, study finds. It's like, what are you doing? You must be self-sabotaging.
They're just all over the place.
Yeah, they're losing it over there in USA Today. But yeah, I mean, if you bring up things that are true, you might get in trouble.
Yeah, that's not okay.
That was a setup for the next story.
Sorry. Yeah, I was looking at something else because some people were chatting about something. But let's get into the next story. Let's check in with Senator Ron Johnson. He's been getting himself in trouble a little bit. This is coming from CBS 58 in Milwaukee. The headline is Senator Ron Johnson receives backlash. Ooh, backlash to the backlash after highlighting rare adverse effects allegedly tied to COVID vaccine. Republican Senator Ron Johnson hosted a news conference where people from around the country shared stories of adverse effects they said were tied to receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, an event that drew criticism from local and state leaders as well as concern from health experts. The news conference was held at the Milwaukee Federal Building and was organized by both Senator Johnson's office and a group led by former Green Bay Packers offensive lineman Ken Rutgers. Okay, cool. Quote, we cannot work for our families or our children or ourselves. We are struggling to make it through each day, abandoned by our healthcare teams, Brianne Dressen of Utah said during the conference. Quote, we are the collateral damage of the pandemic. Dressen had enrolled in the phase 3 clinical trials of the AstraZeneca vaccine. She said she experienced adverse effects almost immediately. Others who spoke also participated in clinical trials for other vaccines. Quote, I was overwhelmed with grief on their behalf, and I said I got to reach out to somebody, Ken Rutgers told CBS 58. Rutgers' wife, Cheryl, experienced adverse effects after receiving her first dose of the Moderna vaccine. Oh, sorry, I lost my spot. Johnson said he and all the speakers are pro-vaccine, but feel cases of rare adverse effects are being ignored by the media, government agencies, and pharmaceutical companies. I just said pharmaceutical companies, so we need to remember that one. Big farta. Quote, I think it's important to recognize that there have been people that have been harmed by the vaccine, Johnson told reporters. Quote, and if we don't acknowledge that fact, how are you going to treat people that you are not even acknowledging the root cause of their problem? But the event received backlash. Governor Tony Evers said in a tweet on June 25th, Johnson was being, quote, reckless and irresponsible for organizing the event, adding the GOP senator was, quote, jeopardizing the health and safety of the people of our state and our economic recovery for suggesting vaccines were not safe and effective. This is really sick. This is really disturbing that this Governor Tony Evers would criticize an event about
people that actually had issues
being ignored by having adverse effects.
Yeah.
This is just really disturbing. This Tony Evers guy, Milwaukee listeners, what is this, Ohio?
Wisconsin. Come on, bro.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Wisconsin. Oh, you're right. That was shameful of me. I knew it was Wisconsin.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I notoriously, if you're new to the show, I am notoriously bad at geography.
You need to learn your Animaniacs songs a little better. You got Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbus is the capital of Ohio. I can go on. Go ahead.
I have. I knew that too. I know people in Wisconsin. Anyhow, Tony Evers. This person's days in office need to be numbered because this is really sick. Milwaukee Health Commissioner Kristen Johnson released a statement saying, in part, that Senator Johnson, quote, used his platform today to raise misleading concerns regarding the COVID-19 vaccine. The scientific facts about the COVID-19 vaccine remain. It is safe, it is effective, and complications are extremely rare. More importantly, it saves lives. Johnson was asked by reporters why his efforts appeared to sow doubt in vaccines' safety and efficacy. Quote, I'm providing people with information I think they ought to have, Johnson said. Johnson also explained why he was not highlighting success stories about the vaccine. Quote, because that's the drumbeat within the media. They don't need another drummer beating that drum, Johnson said. Well said, Johnson. But health experts are concerned about the impact Johnson's event can have. UW Health Chief Quality Officer Dr. Jeff Pothoff participated in the participated in the AstraZeneca clinical trials. He said he understood the concern and emotion by some of the people who shared stories at Johnson's event, but cautioned the risks of COVID-19 infection far outweigh the risks of rare adverse side effects by COVID-19 vaccines. Yeah, tell that to the kids who can't walk. Quote, the greater context is that these adverse events are happening at a rate of single digit, maybe 20 people per million doses. That's not true, according to these scientific data. But okay, Dr. Potthoff told CBS 58, quote, on the other side of that question, the other thing we're fighting, COVID-19, which is killing people at a rate of 18,000 per million people that get infected. Is that? I would have to do the math on that real quick, but that doesn't seem to fit with the CDC death rate.
18,000 per million?
0.03, I think, is the current fatality rate.
Is that just in America?
I think that's the CDC numbers of last checking. I have not rechecked it recently. But if the vaccines are working, then it should be even better.
It's probably worldwide, if he's even referencing anything, because, well, no. If you multiply 18,000 by the 330 million in America, that's like, is it?
This is saying 18,000 per million people.
I know, but that's a lot. Anyway.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it sounds too high.
Way too high. That would mean that would basically mean.
That doesn't fit with CDC numbers.
No, not at all. Well, that would be 5.9 million total. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it could be if you're going to believe the numbers.
Well,
anyway,
I'm just going by the CDC, the 0.03 to 0.05 fatality rate. Mm-hmm. Potthoff said research into adverse effects is ongoing, but it is still too early to tie many adverse effects directly to the COVID-19 vaccine. Watch the full event below. All right, everybody, we're going to watch the full event now. No, we're not. No.
Okay. I was like, what?
Okay, so there you go. Very interesting. Ron Johnson, who has been sort of a flashpoint GOP guy during the pandemic and especially recently. But you don't see a lot of politicians even going this far.
Yeah, that's true. And I think this was one of the stories that came out, and I think Fox covered it and stuff, but this was a tweet. 12-year-old Maddie was enrolled in the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials. She's now in a wheelchair, has an NG tube, and is suffering from severe memory loss along with many other issues. And below the video, or below, whoever posted this on Twitter, has this tweet is misleading. Find out why. But it's like, what's misleading about showing somebody who was in the trials?
Yeah.
They're in the clinical trials, and then they have issues now. Like, what? I don't understand what is misleading about that.
Right. I know. It's crazy. It's the ministry of truthiness. It doesn't make any sense, and it's just for the mass mind control.
That's unreal,
Again,
man.
Like the 1984 quote, the greatest, I don't have the exact quote, but it's the most impressive thing the party did was to make everybody not believe what they're seeing or what they're hearing, and to just toe whatever the party line was. And that's exactly what we see here.
Yeah.
Plus, math is racist, Gons, so they can say whatever they want. And if you say that they're wrong, you're a racist. Sorry.
Well,
sorry to tell you.
If you say it's racist, then you're racist. And so if you're racist more than the racists that you're calling out,
get your white supremacist logic out of here.
You're on a racist death spiral.
Oh gosh. Speaking of which, should we thank some producers?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we are going to take a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because after the break, we're going to get into the politics section. We're going to be checking in with the New York City mayoral race. We're going to be checking in with some billionaires, the Tucker Carlson thing, some Newsom things. And then after that, we'll be checking in with Bill Gates and the newest stories on him. And we'll see how much time we have after that. But we got a full show coming up after the break, or at least a full half of show. But first, we would like to thank some producers. That's right, folks. I said producers, because here at Canary Cry News Talk, we are on the value for value model, baby, which means that we don't take any corporate money whatsoever. No advertisements, no affiliate codes, no supplement sales, no YouTube money, no Twitch money, no nothing, baby. We are entirely funded and supported by our producers. And what are producers? Well, producers are listeners of the show who have decided that they have obtained enough value from what we do that they feel comfortable putting some value back into the show. And it's the only way that it works. And we believe it's the most integrous way to do independent media like this. Because once corporate money gets involved, there's no telling how that will change what we're able to talk about, what we want to talk about. Once corporate money is on the line, even the most the most trustworthy alternative media people are at least put in a position of temptation to alter their message, alter the info, and toe party lines. Now, Gons, we got a note from one of our producers today that I appreciated, and I think I will read it right now. Now, if you're new to the show, if you're new to the show, this is usually when I go into an incredibly eloquent and info-laden rant about advertising and the mind control and the corporate money and all these types of things, just really laying out why we do it, how we do it. But we got a note here from a producer Juan E.
I'm glad you're doing this, because I was going to mention that there was a note that I think is worth kind of reshaping, or at least reconsidering how we introduce the whole value for value segment of the show. So,
are you talking about the note that I'm reading at this very moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was. So we're on the same wavelength
So I'm reading a note. Gons was also going to mention the note. So look at this. We didn't even have a meeting about this. So let me read this note and we'll get into it. So, hello, gentlemen. I wanted to reach out to you guys about the value for value system and why I think it's so important. I'd like to make a suggestion that might benefit all. I've noticed that Basil likes to go into a small tirade. Okay.
Tirade.
Look, I don't know if I would describe it as me liking to go into a small tirade. Just for a little bit of information, my, again, eloquent explanation of the value for value model is because we have new listeners every episode. So we kind of do need to make sure to go over so they understand. But it also gives time for Gons to do administrative work in the background. So it's not just for fun. There's reasons, but that's okay. We'll keep going. Basil likes to go into a small tirade of the current marketing system that the world implements. I completely agree with his point of views, but I have to say that it is not why I help produce the podcast. I do it because the product that you are providing has a direct benefit to my life. My suggestion is to let the producers sell the benefits of the value for value system. Ask your producers to send in testimonials of how producing this podcast has benefited them. Here is my testimonial. As a busy father of 4, well, before I get into his testimonial, I think this is a great idea. And often we will get notes, semi-frequently, from producers extolling the virtues of the value for value model. But, Gons, this might be a good thing to work into the spiel and would save me some breath, and also be another chance to integrate some producer info into the show. So I like this idea a lot. And I think if the producers can write it in, send us an email with their producership. That's one way of doing it. But I was also thinking maybe we should set up a speak pipe or some sort of audio thing. That could get kind of dangerous.
Well,
you never know what'll come in when somebody is sending something in. But
we can review it.
Might be fun to hear it straight from the producers.
Yeah, if we can create a way to time limit that would be ideal.
Yeah, I
Just
think
because
we can.
Don't want to play
with SpeakPipe. I think we can leave a 1 minute, put a 1 limit timer on it.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll think about it, but definitely send in emails and take some time and help other potential producers understand the value for value model and why it's so important. And I think that's a very valuable thing instead of listening to me tirade every single episode. Okay, but here is Juan E's value for value pitch. As a busy father of 4, I have very little time to myself, let alone to figure out what's going on in the world. Canary Cry News Talk allows me to spend more time with my children while still staying informed with what's happening in the world. Also, I love that you are allowing me to teach a valuable lesson to my children, that as believers in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we are to care and provide for one another. Oh, he must be talking about the valuable lesson of the value for value model to his children. The fact I know that the money I contributed is going to directly strengthen the body of Christ allows me to sleep very well at night. Thank you, gentlemen, for being watchmen on the wall, and thank you, fellow producers. The product you are providing allows me to spend more time with my children without having to wonder what kind of world they are going to have. This gives me the freedom and confidence to better prepare my children for what's coming next. Keep up the great work, Basil, Gons, and fellow producers. I pray this suggestion helps. If not, then disregard my suggestion. I think it does help. Thank you, Juan. Also, I know you got, and then he goes into some podcasting 2.0 stuff that we'll help him out with. That is Juan E., who is one of the hosts of the A Mexican and a Redneck Father the World podcast. Go check it out. So there you go. I think that's nice to hear straight from the producer's mouth, Gons.
Yeah, and I hadn't considered that angle where, by creating some kind of summary of what's out there and covering it the way we do, we're allowing people out there who are busy, most people don't have the time to sit there and analyze and deconstruct, to spend time with their kids and spend time with family and do the more important things.
Yeah.
So that is actually a very good point he makes.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned before, we put out a lot of content, upwards of 10 or more hours a week. But that isn't the summation of the product. I mean, there is also you and I reading upwards of 200 articles a week just to prepare for the show, figuring out what is worth putting on the show, but also, staying informed of things that maybe aren't going on the next show, but we'll be tracking for future shows. I mean, it's a full-time job, really, the way that we do it. Not that we do it whether it's the best way or not, or most efficient way or not. We could just set up some sort of Google Notice thing that auto-populates random articles into a document. But yeah, we do the reading, so you don't necessarily have to read 200 articles and pick out what matters or not to you at that moment. And so there we go. I think that's a great aspect to it. And yes, the children thing is huge. I am not, of course, that wouldn't be my first way of thinking about it because I don't have children, but I could see, Gons, how maybe you could confirm that for me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anytime things can be consolidated to make consumption easier, sure. It's interesting for me. I'm on the other side of it, but I think just having shows out there that I find valuable, whether it be Bible study podcasts or even a show like No Agenda, which we modeled the value for value after. It's nice to know that there's just some basic time during the week that you can spend to dive into what's happening and get a good perspective on it, and not have it be just like a fear thing, because there's a lot of podcasts and shows out there with the barrier of entry going down. I mean, anybody can put together a show, but we try to make it so that it's above par. It's tough. It's not always easy, but it is rewarding to know that it's paying off in more ways than just being informed. It's actually creating family time for people, and that's way more important than just like knowing what's going on out there. So
yeah, I had not considered that. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, well, I don't think I need to go on an additional big rant. Were there any aspects of the value for value model that you wanted to hit on? We had another note from a producer. I think they actually sent it straight to me, which was kind of them, that they enjoy. A couple of people have said this, actually, that they really enjoy when you also have something to say about the value for value model and not just me. So there you go. Think about that for future producer segments there.
Okay.
But there's a couple of ways to become a producer of the show. And we use producer because that's what it is. It's not just charity. It's not just, helping somebody out on the internet. You really are a producer of the show. And that's the real deal. You can put it on your LinkedIn, put it on your resume, and we will vouch for you for sure. And so you can become a producer in a few ways. The three easy ones to remember are your time, your talent, and your treasure. We're going to start out by thanking those who produced with their treasure. And one way you can do that is by heading to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT. And Guns, are you ready to thank some producers?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank our new recurring producer Linda B.
Thank you, Linda B.
Two very much, Linda B. And next on the list, we have producer Christine.
Thank you, Christine.
There we go. And those are our two new Patreon producers, and thank goodness we just barely stayed in the black over there on that Patreon this month. Brutal month for the Patreon. We are up $2 on that Patreon, so that's very nice. Thank you for helping us keep the ballast there, Linda B and Christine. Now, patreon.com/CCNT is one way to do that. We also have patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio. Now, you are listening to Canary Cry News Talk right now, but we also have Canary Cry Radio, which is our interview style show we've been doing since 2012. We do have a Patreon for that, and we like to thank those producers here as well. That's patreon.com/CanaryCry.Radio. And first of all, I want to thank new producer Sandy B.
Thank you, Sandy B.
Thank you very much, Sandy B. Next, we have producer Diane O.
Thank you, producer Diane, and thank you to all the ladies holding up all the Patreon today.
Yeah, ladies episode here on the Patreon. Thank you very much. Come on, fellas, step it up. Okay, and that's all we have for Patreon. But here's the thing, folks. You might not like Patreon. Some people don't like Patreon, and that's okay. That's why we have CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right, CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Dude seriously over on YouTube says, I am a Patreon, but I didn't get my mention. Boo-hoo. Send us an email, dude seriously. We are pretty good at catching all of them, but if it didn't go through, let us know what name you used on that Patreon. But CanaryCryRadio.com/support is a great alternative to that. Over there, you can read about the value for value model. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. There's crypto options and there's PayPal options. In fact, if you want to support the show and continue to be a recurring producer, you can sign up for a recurring producership. That is a nice set it and forget it option there. But if commitment is not your thing, you can go ahead and make a one-time producership in any amount. Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
Coming in with the executive producership for episode 357 is Aaron J.
Aaron J, thank you very much. And Aaron J is coming in with a solid executive producership for this episode of Canary Cry News Talk 357.
Is that a streak? Did you mean streak?
Well, no, there's an executive producership jingle.
Right. I'm still getting used to that whole thing. Hold on.
I know.
You have now reached executive level.
Sheesh. But Aaron J is also on a streak.
They're on a streak.
That's right. Coming in 9 episodes in a row. That means Aaron is lit.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
That's right. Thank you very much, executive producer Aaron J.
Thank you, Aaron J. And Aaron J has to be approaching knighthood at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure. Aaron J, keep us apprised of your accounting and we can knight you on the show. We have a knight in waiting right now who I think we need to get information from, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you're out there, send us the info. We need to reach out again. Okay. Who's next?
Next up, we have producer James H.
Thank you very much, James H. James H is also on a streak. Also 9 episodes in a row, which means James H is lit.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
That's right. And also, James H came in a few times, actually, since last episode, coming in with some crypto. We'll thank him for that in a little bit. But also firmly establishing himself as the associate executive producer for this episode, Canary Cry News Talk, episode 357. And James H. has a note here. Greetings, Brother Basil and Brother Gons. I am truly grateful to be able to produce consistently and praise Yahweh for providing the means to do so. Amen. Because everything comes from the Father, and strange as it may seem, I sometimes forget that. I have complete faith that our God will continue to ensure that CCNT will be not just around for years to come, but that it will ever grow in its popularity and support. Amen to that. Jesus looked at them intently and said, humanly speaking, it is impossible, but not with God. Everything is impossible with God.
Yeah,
that's
everything is possible with God.
Oh, did I misspeak?
You said everything is impossible.
Well, everything is possible with God, as we know, and that was Mark 10:27. Thank you very much, Associate Executive Producer James H. Amen.
Amen. Next up, we have producer Egorius.
Egorius coming in. Thank you very much. Has a note here. Just survived the crazy heat wave here in the Pacific Northwest in Washington. Got me thinking, you guys need an iced beverage fund to keep the show going. Yes, thank you very much, producer Egorius. And yeah, my gosh, stay cool up there, man. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Just double checking to see if Egorius came in last episode. I don't think so. So thank you very much, Egorius, for supporting the show.
Thank you, producer Egorius.
And keeping the iced coffee flowing.
Yep. Somebody say Milwaukee is in Ohio?
I don't know. I think it is.
Milwaukee?
Yeah.
Milwaukee's in Wisconsin.
Okay. I don't know. Stop getting distracted. We're thanking producers.
Next up, producer Julie S.
Thank you very much, producer Julie S. Coming in, producing the show. Appreciate it, Julie. I didn't see a note.
I didn't either.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have producer Andrew G.
Woo! Producer Andrew G. Thank you very much. I'm catching up with our where are we here? Yes, and producer Andrew G came in with 3533, which means he's Illuminati handler, I think.
Yeah.
From Andrew G, celebrating my smoking hot wife Janae's 35th trip around the sun. Oh my gosh, get the birthday ready here, Gons. She is the best mom to our son and a God-fearing rock in our family. I am so blessed every day that she is my wife. I love you, boo-boo. That was me pretending to be Andrew. I love you, boo-boo. That's how Andrew talks. Well, thank you very much, producer Andrew G. And big ol' happy birthday to Janae.
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
And there's some language in there. I'm having to assume that Andrew G is a No Agenda listener as well.
I was going to say, because
I think so.
Mentioned
we don't have
wife.
to give. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to keep the secret language for the No Agenda listeners, just so they know. It's like our fun little secret.
Sure, it's not that secret.
Anyways,
okay.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Andrew G, and happy birthday to Janae. Next up, we have Tristan H.
Here we go. Tristan H is on a streak. That's right. Coming in 13 episodes in a row. Coming in with $12.08. Shalom and salutations, gentlemen. I would like to preface this with a couple of statements. First, as a so-called OG listener, staying on top of the live streams and their subsequent chats isn't a priority, so I apologize if this has already been brought up in the chat. Secondly, this is purely conjecture on my part, so I apologize if this isn't adding anything of actual substance to the conversation with regard to the story you read on episode 356 about the Dragon Man skull found in China. I have always found it interesting that throughout Chinese history, the face of a dragon and the face of a lion are depicted in art with remarkable similarity. I find the possibility of the skull being that of a lion man of Moab far more palatable than the current story. With that, my producership for this episode was inspired by 1 Chronicles 12:8. Goes like this: some Gadites defected to Favid at his.
It's supposed to be
typo,
David.
little typo. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I don't remember a Favid.
Favio's in the Bible.
Oh, Fabio. Some Gadites defected to David at his stronghold in the desert. They were mighty men of valor, trained for battle, experts with the shield and spear, whose faces were like the faces of lions and were as swift as gazelles on the mountains. Berean Study Bible Translation. Grace and peace, Tristan H. Thank you very much, Tristan H. And I do have to say, I don't know if it was talked about in the chat at the time, but that thought did occur to me.
Yeah.
I didn't make the lion dragon connection, but I was thinking, hey, if there's lion face men, who knows? There's probably dragon face dudes too. I don't know, maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, the dragon thing came from the river it was found at, not necessarily the way it looked. So
right,
if you're looking at just the way it looked,
the skull did kind of have a lion type shape to it.
Yeah. So
yeah, and depicted in Chinese art. He's making that connection.
Right.
Very interesting.
Good observation.
Thank you very much, Tristan H.
Thank you, Tristan H. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Thank you very much, Sir Casey, and Sir Casey's on a streak.
That's
right, 26 episodes in a row. Only one more episode until I have to figure out a new level. Thank you very much, Sir Casey, for your continued support.
Yep, thank you very much. Next up, we have producer Scott K.
Woo! Scott K coming in with a pocket full of 777, and he's also on a streak.
He's on a streak.
19 episodes in a row.
Next up, we have producer Tinfoil Hat Man.
There he is, Tinfoil Hat Man, coming back in with a pocket full of 777. The Lord has been blessing me, and I want to send a bit of that blessing your way. Also, I had an impromptu Canary Cry meetup yesterday. Oh, this was a cool story. First of all, I want to note lots of great mentions by producers about the Lord blessing them and passing that on. So thank you very much to all the producers who are doing that. But listen to this, Gons. I was at the receiving bay at work offloading a semi and was talking to the driver. After about 2 minutes of talking about everything the show talks about, I asked if he was a Canarian. Turns out he was.
Woo!
Woo! I would like to give a shout out to truck driver William.
Hey.
And we love our Canary Cry truck drivers. Hi, William. And I hope to see him at the Missouri meetup in September. God bless Tinfoil Hat Man. That's always fun. I love hearing these stories of Canarians finding each other. Of course, finding each other at meetups is awesome, but finding each other in the real world is pretty incredible. So thank you very much for listening, truck driver William, and thanks for producing the show, Tinfoil Hat Man.
This is Rubber Ducky. What's your 1020? Over.
Chuck you.
We got us a convoy. Over.
There you go. Thank you, Tinfoil Hat Man. And shout out again to truck driver William. Next up, we have producer Juan V.
Juan V. Two Juans. Juan V coming in with $7.33, getting in on that Illuminati handler producership. Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we have Adam42.
Adam42 coming in with $4.42. The note says, just cuz. Adam42. Thank you very much. Little note, I'll take the moment to mention that Adam42 runs the Canary Cry Discord. If you're a Discord user or just want to chat with other Canarians, head over to CanaryCry.Party. Scroll down. You'll find the link for the Discord channel.
Very good. Next up, we have, I think you say Dalen 3?
Dalen 3, or maybe the 3 is like a leet speak E, for it would be Delane.
Delane. There you go.
Maybe Delane.
Delane. Yeah.
That's a name, right?
Yeah.
Coming in with $4.04. A note says, thanks for your Christian COVID coverage of the propaganda. Guerrilla advertising, news, and marketing is still effective in the technocracy. Ooh, guerrillas. 404. I like that. That's a fun producership. 404. Yeah. It's like when
404 error.
Yeah, when our Canary Cry radio website crashes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Delane, or Delane 3.
Delane 3. Okay, next up okay. I know. I'm trying to figure it out as I go. It's always.
I think it's yeah.
I'll go Delane.
Okay.
Next up, producer Kim W.
Kim W. Thank you very much. Kim W. is on a streak. And that is 12 episodes in a row for Kim W., which means boom shakalaka, she's walking on the sun.
Boom shakalaka! Might as well be walking on the sun.
Coming in with a pocket full of threes, 333, Revelations 3:11. Behold, I am coming quickly. Hold fast what you have, that no one may take your crown. He who overcomes, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. I will write on him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, the new Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God, and I will write on him my new name. Thank you very much, Kimberly W.
Did you just say Revelations, plural?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive. Okay. I would never do that to you, Guns.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. We'll just pretend like that didn't happen.
Okay.
We'll move on here.
Uh-huh.
That does it for the... Well, we do have Juan E.
Yeah, we got to thank Juan E. Because Juan E is on a streak.
He's on a streak.
4 episodes in a row. Thank you very much. We read your note earlier, but appreciate the producership.
Yep. And just last but not least here, we have James H., who we already thanked. He came in with a little bit of Bitcoin, 27,504 Satoshis.
That's
Thank
right.
you for that.
This is a fun mixed producership.
And we didn't have to stick our eyeballs in the orb.
The orb.
WorldCoin orb to receive that Bitcoin. So there you go. WorldCoin masters.
Should I do a quick little check for anybody who came in just now? Nope. Nobody did. Okay. We're good. Let's keep going.
Why do you ask if you're already doing it? Weird thing you do there.
I usually do it earlier, and I was going to stall you because once you get on a roll talking about something else, I wanted to. Anyways, let's keep going.
All right. Well, the other ways you can produce the show, is with your time and your talent. For those who spend their time and talent, we appreciate it. We have timestamps. Jade Bouncerson, thank you very much for doing timestamps for episode 356. We appreciate that. And, we will continue to provide those, not just on the Face Like the Sun YouTube channel and the Canary Cry News Talk YouTube channel now, but also on the episode itself. I tried to throw that into the categories where the timestamps come at each segment, not each story. We used to do it each story, but I think it just got a little too tedious. So it's by section, and hopefully that'll help jump to locations, kind of like chapters. Next up, we have to thank somebody for sending us some jingles.
We have a new jingle.
Yes.
Canary Cry News Talk.
Eyes to See for Me sent us a couple jingles. And, where did it go? I had it here. I might have to go into the file cabinet to pull them both up. It shouldn't take too long here.
Well, while you do that, I'll read the note here.
Go for it.
It says, Gons and Basil attached are a few alternatives for streakers. One is from Moneyball, and the other is from Grey's Anatomy. I hope both the Canarium and you enjoy. Keep seeking the face of God and delivering his truth. Well, thank you very much, producer Eyes to See for Me. And yes, now we can mix it up a little bit with the streaker jingles.
Have a winning streak of anything like this duration. You have to be good, but
that's Moneyball, I think.
Yes.
And here's the one from Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
I like that one.
She's on a streak. That one's good.
And it's for women too. It's like a girl.
Oh,
you can distinguish men and women there.
You might need to turn it up a little bit.
I know.
But
Yeah, we'll
sounds
boost
good. Thank you very much, producer Eyes to See for Me.
Yep.
I don't know why I have to say it that way, but I do.
I don't know. You do that to him. Next
Gotta
up,
do it.
we'd like to share some art with you.
One art, please.
And first on the list is Allie, who has her own jingle.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
Now, Allie's in some. She's in a class of her own. Not many people have their own jingle for anything on the show.
I know.
She's got hers just for the art. This is a piece of, it looks like the Terminator. Terminator wins Nobel Peace Prize. And the caption is, breaking news, Skynet Terminator Cyborg wins Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize is brought to you by Cyberdyne Systems, creator of the Skynet program.
Cyberdyne, Gons. It's Cyberdyne.
Yeah,
They created the Terminator.
It's been a while.
This is great. In reference to last episode's article, imagining a world where an AI would win the Nobel Peace Prize, it's just a matter of time before the Terminator himself, the T-800, he actually might deserve one. And Allie, this is looking wonderful. It is a pencil rendition of the classic Arnold Schwarzenegger with half robot face, just staring into the middle distance triumphantly. And it says on the right side here, Terminator wins Nobel Peace Prize. Yep, just a matter of time, Allie, and when it happens, you will have called it.
Oh, you want me to play the called it? Is that like a prompt?
No, I was just telling her that she called it.
Called it.
I will say, just as a side note, I when I was a kid, I was trying to make the Terminator arm, like the forearm and hand, and I wasted so much tinfoil. Maybe that's where I get my conspiracy. I was around tinfoil.
You're trying to cosplay? Were you cosplaying?
No, I wasn't. It wasn't cosplay because I just wanted to make it and then like bring it to school and be like, "Hey guys, I have the Terminator hand." It was just kind of like a thing to show my friends.
It's like proto cosplay. Yeah. It's just like cosplaying not for internet fame, but just for your friends.
Yeah. There's a lot of things where I thought, where nowadays I'm thinking, if I did that during the internet days, would have gone viral. Lots of things would have gone viral.
Yeah, either in a good or a bad way.
Yeah, either way. Yeah.
Look at this nerd, like the the lightsaber kid.
Right.
Could have been you, man.
I know.
Could have been you.
I know. All right, thank you very much, Allie. Keep it up. Next up, we have producer Dove. And this one is great. I love this one. We got a note from Dove here. Peace. Got the idea for this one after hearing about China's hot new trend in cosmetic surgery, elf ears. I thought it's only a matter of time before the fashion-forward Chinese president gets in on the new wave. After all, it's been said that elf ears can really be quite slimming. We catch up with the president backstage of his hit TV show, Z's All That, getting the final pats of makeup applied by his longtime friend, Hunter Biden, before hitting the stage to dazzle the crowd. Hope you guys like it. Keep on doing what you do. I'll keep praying for yins.
Thank you very much, Producer Dove.
This is so good.
And it is exactly as described. We've got President Xi Jinping here. Xi's all that. He's sitting sort of in a makeup chair, and he's got his big elf ears that are so popular right now with the Chinese middle class. Yes, his makeup artist is a shirtless Hunter Biden. With that, so that Hunter Biden look and smirk on his face. You can see in the mirror he's got a tattoo that says Xi with a heart in there. So he's a big fan of Xi. Let's see, we've got another appearance of Lunarade.
Okay.
On the desk there, and behind the Lunarade we've got Shaken Cage hairspray.
Beauty supply, yeah.
Yes, beauty supply there. We've got the Teen Cove poster in the background, of course, another infamous Dove piece. Now, when I was looking at this tattoo on Hunter Biden's other arm,
I was going to see
can you
if
figure that out? It's some rendition of the hammer and sickle.
It is. It's a crack pipe.
Oh,
it's a hammer and sickle crack pipe.
Crack pipe and torch. Yes, I see it now. Wow. For someone who has a lot to say about drugs like myself, apparently crack is not what I'm very knowledgeable about. That is funny. Yeah,
this
really
needs
well
to be.
done,
I don't understand how this can go. This is like
this one will
great
get you
commentary.
This will get you kicked off of Facebook. That's for sure.
Oh, easily Facebook. It's anything. Yeah. If anyone asks, it's Jackie Chan. It's not Z.
It's Jackie Chan. Oh, and of course we've got the derpy Baphomet down there on G's robe. His wardrobe robe. Well, this is wonderful. Thank you very much, Producer Dove. Excellent as always.
Yep, wonderful. I love him. Keep him coming. Next up, we have one from producer Josiah G. And the note here is, at the next Vatican meeting, Pope Francis comes dressed as Loki. Turns out it wasn't too much of an outfit change. Great show. Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you very much, Producer Josiah. And yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. We've got a animation or an illustration of Loki, with his big horns and his staff from, I believe that was the second Avengers film, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. And we've got the Pope overlaid, and not much of a wardrobe change. They fit together actually quite nicely.
The staff holding, and I think that's what really is kind of overlapping, and it shows kind of the similarities there with Loki. It's like the same pose.
And the way that the hats fit so well together is actually quite good. Thank you very much, Producer Josiah.
Yep, thank you, Producer Josiah. And I wanted
flawless Photoshop.
Yeah,
it says Art Generica on YouTube.
And I wanted to mention this one again. Making some IG stuff for us, Faye Livrin. And it's lyrical inspirations with Gons. I love my little face up there, like
great face,
cutout face of me on a microphone.
Yeah, she's really putting some work into these pieces here.
And it's basically said that she had to do it. Canary Cry News Talk, episode 356, and it says CanaryCry.Party down here. And the quote is, "If you have been naughty not getting your jabby, we'll find out with nanobots in your potty," which was my on the spot
impromptu folk song,
folk lyric to give to Dr. Francis Collins after the story about the NIH. What was it? $8 million to Ceres, the company that does nano surveillance of sewage.
Yeah, nanobots in minority populations to monitor Delta variants in Atlanta through the sewer system.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. So thank you very much for that. Basil, I don't know if you wanted me to do this next one because I think it was just a... Well, hold on. Where is this?
Well, I generally, look, we've got a lot of great people sending us great photos. I generally save the art section for art, but since you've got it here, we can show it real quick.
Okay, and this is a picture of a billboard that says, "Get vaccinated for COVID-19 and pick your reward."
Yeah, it was a billboard advertising the $1 million spectacular scratch-off card you can get for getting your, I believe this was in Arizona, that a producer sent to us.
No, I think it was not Arizona. But I'll read the note here.
AZ.
Okay. The note says, this is from Pizza Rat, by the way. I definitely enjoy your show, and I'm very grateful for it because there are very few like-minded Christians here, unless they are QAnon or something. I'm not a producer. I have very little disposable income. Well, you're producing now, so you appreciate that. I live in AR. I believe that's Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have it in front of me.
And delivered pizza during the bulk of the scamdemic and saw and experienced the brainwashed and gaslit sheeple. Here's a picture of a sign advertising jab incentives. And he says, if you wish any sort of correspondence from Pikeland, Albert Pike, a.k.a. Arkansas, I would do whatever I can. Thanks all, and Lord bless producer Pizza Rat. There you go. On the Boots on the Ground report. And, yeah, I mean, if anything comes up, is Arkansas, do they have like a memorial or some kind of Albert Pike shrine or something there?
I have no idea.
If they do, it'd be interesting to get some, insight into what they have.
Maybe they could have a Canary Cry meetup there at the Albert Pike Museum.
There you go, Pizza Rat. Have a Canary Cry meetup pizza party. Not that kind.
Oh my gosh.
You sick people out there. The doughy kind. Okay.
Stop.
So thank you for all the producers out there. We do want to mention the meetups.
Canary Cry meetup.
Of course, producer Ciara leading the way, leading the charge with a lot of those. We have save the dates here: Arizona, July 24th, Georgia in August 21st, Missouri, September 11th, and Ohio, October 30th. And of course, she prompts you to create your own. CIARALAUREN93@gmail.com to RSVP to any of these. And this will also be in the show notes at CanaryCry.Newstalk.com. And the Arizona meetup is next. It'll be at the Bible Museum Wildflower Bread Company. And again, all the information will be on CanaryCry.Newstalk.com.
Yep.
Anything else to add there?
Nope. I will head over to Canary.Party. Follow us in multiple locations, including following the Canary Cry News Talk YouTube backup channel. I'm looking at y'all, you face like the sun folks. I'm telling you, you must go follow the Canary Cry News Talk backup channel because face like the sun is one strike away from disappearing, but also... Also follow us in all the places. And yes, you might not have an Odyssey or a Rumble or a Twitch account. It takes 2 minutes. Sign up because it's just a matter of time before that's your only option. But also at CanaryCry.Party, you can find links to the CanaryCry.Community, which is our very special private social media network. You can meet other Canarians, connect with them in all sorts of ways, not just, sort of alternative media ways, but also there's Bible studies and meme groups and gamer guilds and foodies, and this is great. It's a great place to be. Go check it out, CanaryCry.Community, and you can find the link to the Discord channel. All sorts of stuff. Head on over to CanaryCry.Party.
We should relabel the YouTube live and archive to just either like exit out or like like captured by Susan or something.
Oh, I do need to change that. Yeah.
It does give us a 404.
We got a 404. Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm good. I don't think I have anything else to mention.
We not to be mythological or anything like that, but we should kind of be like Hydra, and even though we get chopped down, like a new thing regenerates in its place, kind of thing, with the whole getting shut down by YouTube, like making it so they shut us down. Maybe we pop up 2 different Canary Cry channels, new ones. I
know. Well, we should at least make a backup for Face Like the Sun.
Yeah, I need to do that for sure.
Yeah, should get on that.
Just as a side thing too, one of the things Ciara was mentioning at the meetup last weekend was that the singles thread in the community, I guess, is really happening.
Oh, good.
I believe there is, if I'm not mistaken, and because it was at the beach, it was a little windy. I'm hard of hearing, so I may misspeak here. I believe there is a couple that met through the Canary Cry world.
Oh, good. That's great news.
Yeah. So if that is true, and if that's you out there, let us know, and we'll celebrate your relationship. I guess.
Yes. Maybe give it a little bit of time. Let's make sure it's going to work out.
Yeah.
No, either way, whatever you want, we'd love to give you a shout out on the show.
Yes. Okay, you ready to get back to business here?
Let's wake on up.
All right.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
POLYTICK.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
Yahoo News. New York City mayoral race in disarray after Board of Elections withdraws results due to ballot counting error. Oh.
Yeah.
What are these conspiracy theorists saying? New York. This is this. I'm not paraphrasing or adding anything here. New York. What an absolute mess. The Board of Elections hurled the city's first ever ranked choice mayoral race into disarray Tuesday by releasing updated results showing Eric Adams' lead in the contest shrinking drastically, only to withdraw those tabulations hours later due to an embarrassing counting error. The BOE first dropped a tally that showed Adams, Brooklyn's borough president, leading the Democratic mayoral primary with 51.1% of the vote after 11 rounds of ranked choice counting eliminated all other candidates except for ex-sanitation commissioner Catherine Garcia. Under the new tally, Garcia had soared to second place with 48.9% of the vote, trailing Adams by just 15,908 ballots. That spelled potential trouble for Adams, who had enjoyed a nearly 10% lead before the ranked choice process played out, and turned all eyes to tens of thousands of absentee ballots that won't be counted for at least another week. But hours after releasing the nail-biting update, the Board of Elections deleted the tabulations from its website because it said it had forgotten to remove 135,000 test ballots from its system before running the count. Quote, the board apologizes for the error and has taken immediate measures to ensure that the most accurate up-to-date results are reported, BOE said in a statement, adding it will again try to get it right on Wednesday. Before the counting fiasco, Adams raised concern about the BOE's updated voting total, including 100,000 plus more votes than the tally announced on primary night last Tuesday. Quote, we've asked the Board of Elections to explain such a massive increase in other irregularities, the Adams campaign said in a statement. We remain confident that Eric Adams will be the next mayor of New York. The BOE has a long history of messing up elections. Last year, some New Yorkers received absentee ballots with an incorrect return address listed on corresponding envelopes, forcing the board to scramble to rectify the issue before the election day 2020. The board's ranked choice snafu aside, a winner likely won't be crowned in the mayoral race before, at the earliest, July 6th, when the Board of Elections hopes to tabulate nearly 125,000 absentee ballots cast in the June 22nd primary. Excuse me, my throat is like starting to hurt a little bit. Before the BOE backpedaling, Garcia, who would become the first female mayor in city history if elected, celebrated the updated results, but also pleaded for patience from New Yorkers. Quote, "We are incredibly hopeful about the 124,000 absentee ballots that are out there," Garcia told reporters in downtown Brooklyn. "Many of them came from electoral districts that I did well in, but we're going to have to wait until they all get counted. And that is what I intend to do. I'm certainly not counting any chickens before they've hatched." Former Bill de Blasio counsel Maya Wiley, the only other major contender left in the race, was eliminated in the final ranked choice round though she placed behind Garcia by less than 1%, yada, yada, yada. Wiley did not immediately react to the confusing Tuesday ballot dump. After her elimination, Wiley's lower-ranked votes overwhelmingly went to Garcia, the tabulations showed. Andrew Yang, who dropped out of the race on primary night after coming in fourth in early results, also gave Garcia a major boost once his votes were dispersed across the field following his ranked choice elimination in the 10th round. More details about this election. So I guess we're going to see a new mayor in New York pretty soon here, but not before. This is one of those stories where Republicans, especially, and, I guess far right, used it as like, oh, see, there's never any election errors, when it comes to Trump, but if it's regarding this other thing, look, election errors. Ballot counting errors.
Sure, yeah, that is interesting.
But
did it mention who stands to benefit from the correction of these errors?
I mean, no, not really. It's just, I think the person they want is the one in the lead, so, which is Garcia, female.
Oh, I thought Eric Adams was in the lead. Oh, that's interesting. That is an update from the last update that I had, at least.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, for a while there, Eric Adams was winning.
Oh, so Adams was winning. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay. They do the preferential voting thing, which means you vote for your first place, second place, third place, and fourth place. And then I don't exactly know how the equation works, but it does leave slim chances for someone who seems like they are strongly in the lead. Now, I believe this is the first time that New York City is using this preferential voting system. So you would expect a couple of hiccups, but, it's just not the right time to be having these sort of hiccups in your voting system.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was an interesting story because it brings into question how elections, or at least, the Board of Elections can make mistakes. And will that lead to more concrete investigations of the 2020 presidential elections? Probably not, but it will be used as ammunition for those who suggest there were some issues or hanky-panky going on with the 2020 elections. And, it's worth at least a look, how things can be manipulated. Although, they did come out and say it. You know what I mean? That's the big difference here is like they came out and said, we made a mistake.
Yeah.
Whereas I guess the argument from the Republican side of things would be like, if they made a mistake in the presidential elections, they wouldn't come out and say it because they have, the preferential.
Yeah, of course. Not only are they not saying it, but they're also not allowing audits. Now, there have been some audits, but so far as bringing those audits to the court system, they've not been very successforgot in doing that.
Right.
Yeah, but that's very interesting. I mean, a lot of people want this. I forgot the name of it. The preferential voting system. Want this implemented in federal elections as well. Mm-hmm. So that'll be very interesting to see. Now, the problem is preferential voting does not really do much when you only have two options, Democrat or Republican, because Yeah, just the math doesn't work out. But yeah, that'll be very interesting. Of course, New York City being sort of the most famous city in the world, the mayoral race is an important one. And the mayor of New York, I've been sort of following the election over there. Of course, we had Andrew Yang running, and very high profile election. But I was reading an analysis, or maybe I was listening. I don't know. I've taken so much information in on those elections, but they're basically saying no normal, reasonable person really wants the job of being mayor of New York.
Of course, this is the kind of thing you can look forward to.
Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment.
You basically have to be a little bit off your rocker to even want the job. All right. Well, I got something to check in on here at Vice News if you're interested.
Vice, the best, most accurate, non-biased news outlet ever created.
It's at least very trendy. The headline here is America's first black billionaire wants his reparations check now. Robert L. Johnson, the founder of Black Entertainment Television and America's first black billionaire, wants a check. He wants it from the government, and he wants it to come with an apology for slavery, Jim Crow, and hundreds of years of racism. The 75-year-old media magnate owns several homes, heads an asset management firm, and was the first black person to own a majority stake in an NBA team. He doubts that check will ever come, but he sees a new kind of reparations being called by a different name so as not to be divisive or controversial happening already. The new reparations is critical race theory education. Yeah. It's the housing grant program in Evanston, Illinois. It's the $5 billion of targeted support and debt relief for black farmers. And it's the $50 billion in corporate pledges in the wake of George Floyd's murder, dedicated to combating systemic racism and inequality. Parenthetical here, even though just $250 million or 0.5% has actually materialized so far. Well, yeah, I probably wouldn't expect much more to materialize. That was just a PR stunt by Nike and others.
Make money.
Yeah. Quote, that's what's happening to the reparations. It's been cut up into small pieces of things that look and feel like we want to end systemic racism. We want to end police brutality and shootings and to provide financing to black small business owners. Johnson tells Vice News. Quote, and then people can say, well, we really don't need reparations because when you put all of these things together, it's reparations. It's just not one big bill or asking this country to stand up and apologize, and you're not asking people to pay out of their paychecks. But that's the problem, Johnson says. He calls the current approach placebo paternalism. Quote, reparations had two components. The first was atonement and the other was monetary, he adds. Quote, with no doubt whatsoever, it was supposed to come from the government representing the people of the country. It was reimbursement or recompense, if you will, for the harm. This is interesting. He seems to be drawing from a very specific document, like what reparations means, right? But they don't mention it. Like, is that supposed to be biblical reparations? Is that supposed to be some sort of, I don't know, founding document? Was that with the original reparations, the 40 acres and a mule? That was not very widely distributed at the time. What is he referring to there? Do you know?
I think it says in the next thing there.
The fight for reparations has evolved significantly since The Atlantic published Ta-Nehisi Coates' The Case for Reparations in 2014. It has grown from a struggle to raise awareness and build sympathy for the cause to campaign that seeks to calculate exactly what is owed and how it should be distributed and demand full payment. I don't know if it's from that or not.
Maybe not, but that's where it all started. So I don't think he's getting any kind of biblical, maybe he is using some kind of biblical thing from, the black church or something, but I think this has more to do with the woke style of reparations, not any kind of biblical thing, especially when it gets twisted into race.
we had read some interesting what reparations actually means in a historical context. I think that's what he's referring to, but I forgot the source for that. Andre Perry, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, is leading a research project that will quantify the economic harm caused by slavery and its centuries-long legacy of racism. He views the recent compensatory actions more as steps in the right direction toward a government reparations program than a substitute for a diversion from one. Quote, the injury around racism occurred at federal, state, and local levels, as well as other institutions, colleges, companies, and churches. So each has a responsibility to address past wrongs, Perry says. We can't wait for the federal government to issue reparations. In fact, for me, reparations won't come from Washington. They'll go to Washington. Quote, it will be because things are moving at the local level that eventually a president will respond with national policy, he says. So far, the response from Washington has been minimal, but minimal is an improvement over decades of derision and silence. Support for reparations most recently has been bolstered by commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and black congressional leaders are now pushing for a vote on H.R. 40, or the Commission to Study and Develop Reparations Proposals for African Americans Act. The bill passed out of the House Judiciary Committee in April for the first time since it was introduced in 1989 by Representative John Conyers. However, President Joe Biden has repeatedly expressed diminished expectations for congressional action. No kidding. Quote, we are still in a mode of building more will for education, for engagement, for the work to actually help people better understand the problem, says Rashad Robinson, president of Color of Change, a civil rights advocacy organization that backs reparations proposals nationwide. H.R. 40, when it's passed, will not actually provide reparations for anyone, but what it will do is move us on the road to be more truthful and in direct conversation about what happened. We're also seeing local communities have these conversations, seeing a reparations mindset to some advocacy work to repay black people. Much of that education needs to be dedicated to ensuring that reparations is an investment program rather than a charity program, Johnson argues, and that means wealthy and famous black Americans like himself. He also names Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James also should be paid. It just makes good business sense to put capital in the hands of those who have shown they know how to put it to work, he says. You know, okay, hold on. If a government program is to be successful economic stimulus that repairs black communities, this is an unfortunate highlighting of one of the biggest problems, not just in the reparations conversation, but in the sort of, I find it similarly represented in a lot of socialist programs. UBI has a tinge of this, that it's just it's turning a situation, whether it may be perceived as racial or whether it is racial or something else, turns it into a classist issue. You know, it has class so expertly woven in there to where, you know, I mean, he's saying here, hey, Oprah Winfrey should get some money too. And that's one of the biggest sticking points, I think, for those who if not directly oppose reparations, at least are trying to look for other ways to help the black community rather than, you know, I mean, I think the math on reparations is something pretty ludicrously high when they did the math of the 40 acres and a mule plus interest since the end of the Civil War there. It turns out to be something like $40 trillion or something. Which is just the cash for that just would not exist necessarily, but also turns into this sort of class conversation rather than the racial conversation. But I don't mean to derail here. I'm going to jump down. Did you have anything highlighted in here that you were interested in?
No, I mean, it's pretty much, that's kind of the end of the article. It mentions how they got to the 14 trillion proposal there. I did look up. Are you talking about, because I think it was Illinois, they were doing a reparations thing where they're giving away homes. I think it was like purchasing of homes for the locals in a certain town. I think it's Evanston, Illinois.
That was the Evanston, Illinois housing thing, reparation. Right. We reported on that when that came out. But no, it was one of these organizations that actually did the math, because reparations at the time of the abolition of slavery was 40 acres and a mule. Every freed slave was going to get 40 acres and a mule as reparations. Now, very few of them did at the time. For a number of different reasons. So they were doing the calculations of, okay, well, if I don't remember the exact numbers, but let's just say if it was 100,000 slaves didn't get their 40 acres and a mule, what was the cost of that at the time? And then what is that in today's dollars? And then let's add interest on that. It was some ludicrously high number. Not that I don't think they were saying like, let's print that and give it to us right now, but just to illustrate to put an actual number on what reparations would be. And the argument here is, there's a couple of arguments, and we've gone over the reparations argument, and part of it is, politically, it's sort of politically suicide to say, let's print $40 trillion and pass out checks to every black person, or let's make white people pay a special reparations tax. That becomes problematic because, for instance, my extended family, we didn't live in America at the time of slavery. So you're sort of taxing a Scandinavian person who came in like the 1912 or something. But
you're white.
Right. And so the problem just becomes, how do you identify who actually, gets charged for that? If your, weird, lanky Scandinavian grandfather, came over in the 1900s, is he responsible for racism? These are just the conversations that are going on. Yeah. Now let's just finish this out really quick, just so we can wrap up with the point they're trying to make here. Let's see here. That's why he's less sanguine about the current state of things. The much ballyhooed corporate donations and local programs are treated as charity rather than investment, Johnson says. He's talking about the programs like the Evanston thing. And charity is meant to pacify rather than incentivize. So he's not pleased with the reparations movements as they currently stand. Quote, if you're a successful black business, the idea is you've had enough, Johnson says. But, quote, no one ever asks if a white-owned business is too rich to benefit from investing in a football stadium or receiving other benefits like preferential tax treatment or liquidity injections from Federal Reserve. He is continuing to push for a $14 trillion reparations proposal he says would provide enough to close the yawning black-white wealth gap that exists through home ownership, wages, and occupational attainment, among other imbalances, though he's not exactly optimistic. Quote, reparations would require the entire country to admit that the results of slavery has been 200 years of systemic racism, and for that reason, black folks have been denied $13 through $15 trillion of wealth. So he's operating on a different figure here. And therefore, we as a country now must atone by paying black people of all stripes, the rich ones, the poor ones, and the middle, out of our pocket, Johnson says. Still, he's working to get his proposal in front of legislators and backing a $30 billion tax incentive program, the Better Opportunity and Outcomes for Socially Disadvantaged Talent Act, to help grease the wheels of change. He wants his check. It's due. Vice finishes up with that there. So, yeah, there you go. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of just woke virtue signaling going on. I think two things to point out. One, mentioning the whole, you were talking about the class thing there, handing money. All people should receive reparation money, including the richest of the black community, which include Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
because of their, especially because of their ability to, that they, they've proven that they know what to do with the money to appropriately sort of redistribute or whatever. Which, number one, I don't know that Michael Jordan is known for that. He's known as a pretty hefty gambler. And
that is a good point.
I don't know how Michael Jordan is like
problems.
LeBron. I can see them use him more as a thing for that because he opened like a whole school in his hometown, in Ohio, and it's like free for kids, whatever. He did a whole thing. He opened an education center, whatever. So sure, more of an example there, but it also shows that there's already like a problem with the people who have been successful, because this guy here, he's one of the richest African Americans, Robert Johnson, and he wants the reparation thing and a government bailout, right? Basically, like a government thing that taxes or punishes white people as a way to create a solution. But at a certain point, where does the personal responsibility come in? Because, and I'm not saying he's wrong to want it or anything, but this guy's net worth is, and I'm looking it up, it says 600 million. He's listed as a billionaire because he sold BET back in 2001, I think, for $3 billion. So, he made his money, but he invested in all this stuff. He did all what the rich people do, which is invest in an NBA team, invest in, whatever, a whole bunch of other stuff here. Ow. Ooh, wow. You okay?
Sorry.
That sounded like it was painful.
Yeah, that was the biggest one. Okay.
So, it says here he's known as a great philanthropist, donating his money to numerous humanitarian organizations, including Malaria No More in 2012. He teamed up with Hollywood star Morgan Freeman to raise funds for hurricane preparedness in the Bahamas. Stuff like that. Okay, so offshore stuff, offshore ventures, with similar to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Right.
At what point is it like, hey, you have $3 billion? You can't change everything, but how about instead of having a tax write-off by giving it to some organization, just put that money to work to help the lower class community, the lower black communities. Just like a straight investment into those communities to help them out.
Well, I think that's the conversation going on. Again, he seems to be kind of all over the place on this. If we're talking about this particular man, what's his name? Robert Johnson.
Robert L. Johnson. And the thing that makes me suspicious about the inspiration for this is the mention of the Brookings Institute here. Where was it? There was somebody, Andre Perry, senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, is leading a research project that will quantify the economic harm caused by slavery. The Brookings Institute is one of the oldest think tanks in the U.S. Started in it was right around the time the Federal Reserve was created. It was like early 1900s or something. And they've been the ones to kind of help with the Middle East wars, and kind of whispering into the ears of the leaders in the Middle East of what to do as the U.S. attacks them. And, so I don't trust the Brookings Institute at all. And they're the ones that are maybe whispering into the ears of Robert Johnson to hey, push this idea here. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, he kind of oscillates between direct cash injections or cash checks to individuals and investment in programs. So far, the reparations movement has been able to at least move forward sort of reparation-based programs, or at least that they can put that title onto. And, that's the big conversation. And I don't think I'm educated enough necessarily to say what the best way to do that is, but I am familiar with the sort of twists and turns of, first of all, how do you pay it? Well, we've already seen that this current administration and just the government machine in general is very willing to print as much USD as they want to get something done. I think mainly because they see the writing on the wall that crypto is going to make the dollar less valuable than it already is. So they're like, let's just print and spend it all right now anyways. And then we'll put out that USDC, the United States digital currency. So that's part of it. 13 to 14 trillion seems... Again, it's crazy how that now seems like a doable number as far as just printing it based on recent events. But, if you get into, I think where things really get held up is, well, if you just give it to people in cash, who pays for it? If you don't print it, do you tax people on it? Who do you charge for it? Who are, and if you're charging somebody for it and they pay it, are they sort of, implicit in slavery? A lot of people have an issue with being implied in that whole problem.
Right.
But
no, it is not
mixing in the social issues with the, systemic racism, the housing thing, the business investments, stuff like that. The problem with the business investment thing is, you probably will give a bunch of money to Oprah Winfrey, but why not equip other non-wealthy African Americans with the funds or the resources so that they can make more Oprah Winfreys? Why, bolster the current Oprah Winfrey? She's doing fine.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I know it's a kind of a SJW low-hanging fruit type of argument here to make continue to push the race issue and the economic issue and confusing it a little bit for people. Because it really does kind of tie into, and there's so many variables here that there's no way, and I don't trust the Brookings Institute to quantify anything. Talk about, the black community is 14% of the United States. So great, you're going to tax the 75 white people or whatever. And like you said, there's not a straight, hey, if you're white, you get taxed for this because, you're going to have to go through every European descendants history it's just ridiculous. What kind of measures are they going for? Well, we know they want a DNA proof. They want your eyeballs to scan in the orb.
Stare into the orb.
But it's not practical. I think they're just continuing to push this narrative because eventually they want to somehow, whether it is printing or taxing or whatever it is, to get, and it does support the WorldCoin, bringing it back to that. It supports the WorldCoin agenda. We want, and if you think about it, the Mark of the Beast agenda too, because we want everybody to have an opportunity, rich, poor, slave. It says that in Revelation 13. So this redistribution of wealth is part of the distribution of the Mark of the Beast, just as a point of reference to the scriptures there. But moving on here, anything else you got to say about this?
Nope.
All right, we're gonna talk about Tucker Carlson. I use CNN because why not?
Yeah, that's great.
CNN. CNN.com. Tucker Carlson claims the NSA is spying on him. Even his own colleagues don't seem to believe it. It says here, Fox News host Tucker Carlson made an explosive claim on his show Monday night that he had learned through a whistleblower that the National Security Agency is spying on him and planning to leak his communications in a bid to take him off the air. But Tucker, they're spying on everybody, number one. The Biden administration is spying on us, Carlson declared to millions of Fox's viewers. We have confirmed that. But Carlson's own colleagues don't appear to be buying what he is selling. Barring an unusual circumstance, if a reputable news organization had confirmed that the NSA or any arm of the U.S. government was spying on one of its top employees, it would be a story of significant consequence. When the Washington Post, CNN, and the New York Times recently learned that the Trump Justice Department had seized the records of its reporters, the revelation led to weeks of coverage and a commitment from the Biden administration to end such practices. Carlson not only alleged that the NSA was spying on him, but that it was conspiring to take him off the air and engage in the conduct of political reason. Conduct for political reasons. But the morning after Carlson delivered his bombshell claim, none of his colleagues covered it. The search for Fox's transcripts did not reveal any coverage on Tuesday morning. Even Fox and Friends, the right-wing morning show on Fox News that had latched onto several of Trump's conspiracy theories, passed on the story. And the Fox News website also did not appear to carry coverage of Carlson's claims. Fox's top executives, such as Chief Executive Suzanne Scott and President Jay Wallace, had also not released statements condemning the NSA's supposed behavior by Tuesday afternoon. In contrast, newsroom leaders in the New York Times, CNN, and Washington Post, notice how they just declare them to be authority here. New York Times, CNN, and Washington Post are like the only bastions of truth news reporting. Strongly condemned the Justice Department's actions as soon as they learned that it was secretly obtaining the reporters' records. All right, it keeps repeating themselves here.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're saying because Fox's executives didn't release statements, then that means they don't believe Tucker's claims.
Right.
Which is just ludicrous logic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like trying to
their whole
prove a
reason,
negative.
And the logic is, well, when something similar happened, the New York Times, CNN, and Washington Post were all over it. You know?
Yeah.
It was like, okay, well, yeah, because you guys are not unbiased. A Fox News spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment on why the network was failing to cover Carlson's claims that he had confirmed the federal government was actively conspiring to kick him off the air. The spokesperson also did not respond to questions about why Fox executives were remaining silent. Carlson stood by his claims during his broadcast Tuesday night. He also indicated he tried calling the NSA directly, but couldn't get through. On Tuesday, as Carlson's show was beginning, the NSA tweeted a statement indicating the Fox's host claim, quote, is untrue.
Oh, well, if they tweeted it, then it must be true.
Quote, Tucker Carlson has never been an intelligence target of the agency, and the NSA has never had any plans to try to take his program off air, the statement said. The NSA went on to say that it has a foreign intelligence mission and that it, quote, may not target U.S. citizens without a court order that explicitly authorizes the targeting. Carlson, Fox's highest-rated host, has a history of peddling conspiracy theories as fact to his viewers. He recently claimed that the FBI orchestrated the January 6th insurrection, a claim that has since been thoroughly fact-checked.
Oh, don't worry. We fact-checked a secret FBI program.
Hyperlink. Now, here's what I think is going on here, because here's the NSA tweet, and yeah, it mentions that, you know, they've never done anything like that. I think that Tucker took the bait, the disinfo bait, kind of like a COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
Some intelligence agent was like, they called Tucker and was like, hey man, got to tell you, the NSA spying on you. They're trying to get you off air. And he was like, oh, seriously? Can I run with, whatever? So he goes on air. He starts ranting and railing about the whole thing. And then he took the bait. Now everybody can tear him down. Now it's easy to say, look at this crazy man. And then the NSA.
I mean, it was always easy, but I think the grossest part about this with CNN is that they're just like, oh no, the NSA said they wouldn't do that, so they're not doing it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, CNN.
The Fox executives didn't say anything about it, so they obviously don't believe them. And the NSA says that they only target foreign entities and that they only spy on Americans if they have a court order. I mean, just ignore everything from the Edward Snowden, whistleblowing. Ignore everything you've heard about the NSA for the past 10 years, because we're CNN and Tucker Carlson's crazy.
Yeah,
I like how another just fun little thing that they said here was that where is it? Carlson, Fox's highest rated host. I believe Carlson is cable television's highest rated host, but they didn't want to admit that he's higher rated than their CNN hosts.
That's funny. Something came out recently about Tucker? Oh, they outed him as an informant or something, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're really going after this guy. I think he took the bait on something, and because you had predicted or mentioned that they're just trying to get him, maybe for the FBI story about the FBI planning the whole insurrection.
Right.
He's getting punished.
He comes out, he talks about the FBI and leading the insurrection. Then some, random, who was it who came out and whistleblowed Tucker for being a FBI informant, and now we have this whole NSA thing.
Yeah.
Now, there's two things that are happening. Either A, yes, he is sort of fighting some weird battle here, and of course the NSA is spying on him. They're spying on all of us.
Yeah, exactly. It's not really a crazy revelation.
Coming out, they're trying to. I mean, the NSA wants us to believe that they have stopped spying on Americans, but nobody believes that. I mean, you got to be a really silly, sort of asleep person to think that that's the case. So the NSA probably, certainly is spying on him, and. So option A is yes, he's caught up in this whole intelligence battle, I guess. I don't even know. Battle is even maybe too strong of a word. And they, of course, the Biden administration and the intelligence agencies, who are sort of notoriously anti-Trump at the end there, are just tired of Tucker. That's totally possible. They even if for their own, good reasons, maybe they think Tucker is radicalizing people or causing trouble in one way or another, they would want to take him off. That makes total sense. The other option is that this is an expertly created ruse to just sort of give Tucker this image of being of national importance. He's just a TV guy. It's kind of, McAfee kind of did some stuff like this too.
I see that.
You got a leak where allegedly Tucker feeds a bunch of, Trump information to CNN reporters. There was that whole other story where it was leaked that he was giving information to liberal journalists.
Yeah, it's so important that he gets leaks from
he was
some whistleblower.
Snitching on Trump. He was, sort of involved in this big thing. I mean, it would not be out of the realm of possibility in today's national propaganda, even with the left and right news outlets being owned by like the same companies.
Yeah, you need to create martyrs.
This could be some big PR martyr operation to make him, to get him more ratings. I mean, if nothing else, this makes Tucker seem like this, highly important person that the FBI wants to take down. The NSA is watching. CNN is getting information about Trump from. Oh my gosh, Tucker is just so clued in. He's so tied and he's so important to the national conversation. This could totally be a big PR operation.
And he may not even know any of that, by the way. He may not understand it.
Or maybe it was his idea. Who knows? I mean, it's really... Well, I
don't think...
It's only benefiting him.
I get that. But I don't know.
Maybe there would be no way for us to know.
No, there wouldn't. There wouldn't. But also, I don't know. Maybe I just hope for the best, that he just took on some bait and... got embarrassed here, but also you're right. It does raise ratings and all that. So
he could be. I mean, you don't get to where he is without getting permission, to be there, and without having some level of sort of scheming intelligence. He puts off this persona, which he admitted in court was a persona. He got sued, and their defense in court was, we're just sort of an entertainment program.
That's what they all say.
I know that. I'm not trying to take that as like fact. I'm just saying
if we were sued for something, we'd be like, well, look at this googly-eyed man. This is not real thoughts of a real human.
This is all purely entertainment, folks. Don't take anything seriously here. Look at my googly eyes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's very possible that he is.
That's a good point.
This whole winding labyrinth of events revolving around Tucker Carlson could very possibly be part of the plan.
Especially Yeah, now that I think about it, now that it could be his own thing for sure, because if nobody else picked up on it, because they wouldn't necessarily.
It'd be nothing.
Yeah, it would be nothing. So I don't know. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's something to mention there, but
and also to have. I mean, we know that the media and the media in general is just propaganda mouthpiece for the government.
Yeah.
And to have the NSA tweet about you, to mention your name,
that's pretty crazy.
Is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Why would the NSA, out of all the things that the NSA gets accused of, why would they even bother to put out a tweet about Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, good point. And I think this is the problem of the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2013 that reversed certain laws about propaganda in the U.S.
Yeah.
Because before that, I don't think the government can really pull something like this off. Now they can with immunity.
It's legal.
So, it's legal. All right. Well, I want you to speaking of scheming.
Speaking of scheming and government propaganda, I've got an update for you, Gons. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on your California elections here, and we got some news about Newsom. Ooh, news about Newsom.
Newsom science, baby! Ha!
This is coming from calmatters.org, and the headline is Newsom recall twist. Governor sues elections chief he appointed. Oh, just when you thought the events surrounding the election to oust Governor Gavin Newsom from office couldn't get any more surreal. Oh, I'm going to have to follow that hyperlink. What are they talking about there? Monday happened. That's when Newsom sued Secretary of State Shirley Weber, whom he appointed to the position just months ago, for refusing to correct his lawyer's filing mistake that could result in Newsom appearing on the recall ballot without, quote, Democratic Party listed next to his name. The legal feud, first reported by Courthouse News, suggests that Newsom sees the potential omission as a threat. In campaign fundraising emails and ads, Newsom has appealed to the state's deep bench of Democratic voters by depicting the recall as an effort led by Republican extremists. I like how Cal Matters is reporting this.
Yeah.
They're saying in fundraising emails and ads, Newsom is saying that this is Republican extremists.
Right.
If this was any other website, it would be Republican extremists are trying to oust Newsom.
Yeah.
The jaw-dropping news came only hours after state lawmakers passed a bill that would waive certain recall rules they wrote just a few years ago and allow the election to be held earlier than expected, a move likely intended to help Newsom stay in office. Newsom immediately signed the bill into law, meaning that if state officials, including Weber, act quickly, we could know the election date as early as Friday. Though the recall bill accounted for less than 0.1% of the whopping $263 billion budget the state legislature passed Monday, it sparked a sizable political battle as Republican lawmakers argued the governor shouldn't be able to change procedures affecting his own election. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it, Gons?
I am Newsom. I am King Newsom. I could do whatever I want.
Sounds reasonable that he shouldn't be able to change the laws to keep himself in office. That is like some straight up Vladimir Putin moves.
It's Newsom science.
It really is Newsom science.
Yeah.
That wasn't the only controversy to emerge amid hours of debate, during which lawmakers also approved an extension of the state's eviction moratorium that Newsom immediately signed into laws. Some more buying of votes there from Newsom.
Yeah.
Republicans griped about a tax increase on businesses with 500 or more employees that would fund cleanups of hazardous waste sites, while Democrats were frustrated by the Newsom administration's insistence on delaying increased public health spending. There were also disagreements over how to handle California's spiraling unemployment insurance debt, which experts say could top $26 billion by the end of this year. Democratic lawmakers shot down a GOP amendment to pay off $15 billion using the state's huge surplus. Oh, you're in a surplus now.
No, remember they just had
it's the COVID bucks.
Yeah.
They're
have
in a
lot of money
because of $30 billion worth of COVID bucks they randomly gave California. So there you go, Gons. Newsom is suing his own friend, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, because his lawyer accidentally forgot to put Democratic Party on his form.
You have to do it. You have to do it or I'll sue you.
That is crazy.
I need my Democrat label on the... Yeah, this is really funny.
It is really not a good look.
Oh, it's a horrible look. I hope people, even lifelong, diehard Democrats, look at this guy and go, man, we got to get this corruptness out of here.
It's crazy. I mean, it is the pinnacle of government corruption.
Yeah, I'm worried, though. It's like, oh, look at all this corruption, the downfall of Newsom, enter Caitlyn Jenner. Like, hey, yes. I'm replacing. It's like, oh.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I woke up this morning to some tweets from Caitlyn Jenner responding to the situation.
Oh, no. What did he say?
I'm over here on Caitlyn's website or Caitlyn's Twitter here. As if King Gavin didn't already think he was above the law, he's suing his appointed Secretary of State for enforcing the law. Dun, dun, dun. Let me try to explain this. New tweet here. Gavin didn't file as a Democrat for the recall. He now sues his own Secretary of State he appointed just 3 months ago because she won't give him a pass. Newsflash, the laws apply to you too, Gavin. Another tweet here. Goodbye, Gavin. You are so desperate to stay in power. So there you go. Caitlyn Jenner jumping on the train against
I don't
King
like the
Gavin
way
Newsom.
you maybe it's the words, but the way you said it. Goodbye, Gavin. It's so...
Goodbye, Gavin.
I don't like it.
So desperate to stay in power.
It's just...
She's not wrong.
Yes.
Your next governor is not wrong, Gons.
What happened to Meet Kevin? You know what I was really bummed about?
I think you agree more with Caitlyn Jenner than you're allowing yourself to admit. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. She's a bastion of conservatism.
I will admit that I agree with his take on this particular situation. His wardrobe, I do not. You know what really bothered me was so one of the things this YouTuber Meet Kevin, he was trying to run for governor. I don't know how it's going. He's got like 1.5 million subs or something. And he's younger or whatever. So
luckily, having YouTube subs does not get you into political office.
No, it doesn't. Although his ideas are, at least in idea form, much better than any politician that I've seen. One of his policies that he would implement was financial education for everybody in California. There's only like 2 or 3 states that currently do it. And Gavin Newsom, that sneaky snake,
little snake,
took that and like tried to make it his own thing. And recently, I didn't really have a story on this, but
he stole a talking point.
He stole a major talking point about financial education of all Californians, and tried to make it a mandatory part of the curriculum for California students. And that bothered me. I was like, you snake Newsom, man.
Yeah,
come on.
He is literally the worst.
He is. I don't like him at all. But I don't know. Replacing him with the Caitlyn Jenner may not be. It doesn't excite me.
Politically, she is the perfect conservative. But okay, there you go. There's your little update, Gons. I'm here to keep you educated on your gubernatorial recall happening over there.
Well, it's all happening with the teardown of Mr. Billy Gates from hell.
We're taking things that are genetically modified organisms and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein, right into the vein, right into the vein.
I still can't believe he said that. Such evil words.
He doesn't care. he gives no cares.
Oh, we will get a little more glimpse about this man.
He thought he was invincible.
Daily
now,
Mail.
By the way, Gons, before you read this headline, we need to make sure not to bully Bill Gates, or else we'll get in trouble with YouTube. So keep that in mind, everybody. We are not here to cyberbully Bill Gates.
Okay.
All right.
4 Microsoft employees accuse Bill Gates of being an office bully.
Hey, wait a second. Is it bullying to call him a bully?
Whose catchphrase was, "That's the stupidest effing idea I've ever heard," and claim he pursued sexual affairs with employees and journalists.
Wait a second. Are we allowed to bully a bully? I think we're allowed to bully bullies. I think that technically makes it okay.
I don't know. All depends on how Susan's feeling today.
That's true.
4 Microsoft employees have accused founder Bill Gates of being an office bully with whose catchphrases was, "That's the stupidest effing idea I've ever heard," and claimed he pursued sexual affairs with employees and journalists. Oh, I see what they do. They just make the first paragraph the headline. That's the agenda with the Daily Mail.
We know this.
Gates' reputation as a hot-tempered boss began not long after he launched tech giant Microsoft with childhood friend Paul Allen in 1975, Insider reported Tuesday. A spokesperson for the billionaire has denied he mistreated employees. Gates, 65, came under scrutiny after he and Melinda Gates announced their divorce in May, and reports emerged of his alleged extramarital affairs and concerns over the nature of his relationship with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
Ooh.
A former Microsoft executive who spoke on condition of anonymity told Insider that, quote, having a meeting with Bill was just an opportunity to get yelled at, so I tried to avoid that. Other sources who spoke to Insider described his catchphrase as, quote, "That's the stupidest effing idea I've ever heard," and said he was known for swearing at his employees. And they have this, real creepy picture of Bill looking pretty scruffy and gray.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah.
He's a creepy guy.
Creepy guy. Gates would allegedly... Hey, that's cyberbullying, buddy.
I'm bullying bullies. I'm protecting the oppressed.
Gates would allegedly track his employees by memorizing their license plates, according to the outlet. Some Microsoft workers who spoke to the outlet, however, defended Gates, with one saying he, quote, yelled at everyone the same, and that she appreciates his candor, but conceded that his management style could intimidate some employees. Quote, "He doesn't know how to joke, really, or how to connect with people." No kidding.
No kidding. Wow.
Said another former executive who described solo meetings with Gates as awkward. Quote, "If he told you he liked your hair, he wasn't trying to flirt with you. He just actually liked your hair."
Weird example, but
super
okay.
Weird. A current Microsoft employee told Insider, quote, "He's just an awkward human being as far as social interactions go."
Uh-huh.
Maria Clowie, a former Microsoft board member from 2009 to 2015, said, quote, "A person like Bill Gates thinks the usual rules of behavior don't apply to him," and accused him of being unreceptive to suggestions about improving diversity. He's a racist, too. This is getting to the point where he's really canceled.
The takedown is strong.
Oh,
yeah.
The cancel is real strong. Clowie said that Gates behaved as if he was, quote, "the smartest person in the room," and that diversity was not something Gates, quote, "was interested in hearing about." She said that when female executives would suggest diversity initiatives, Gates would allegedly respond with, quote, "Are you trying to effing destroy the company?"
Whoa. Okay. He's threatened. He's very threatened. His white male fragility is showing.
The spokesperson for Gates told Insider that Clowey's allegations are, quote, "gross mischaracterization." Gates' relationships and encounters with employees have long been a topic of discussion surrounding the billionaire, according to the outlet. Melinda Gates herself was an employee at Microsoft, having been hired as a product manager in 1987 when the billionaire first asked her out months after flirting with her at a conference dinner. Well, I thought he didn't flirt. He doesn't flirt, but I
guess he's not good at it.
Charmed
Depends
Melinda.
on your standards.
Yeah, charmed Melinda, apparently. In 2006, Bill Gates allegedly asked a female Microsoft employee out to dinner in an email after attending a presentation she had given. the New York Times reported. If this makes you uncomfortable, pretend it never happened, Gates wrote in the email obtained by the New York Times. Ugh.
Oh, email. Put it in writing.
Yeah, no,
Bill,
put it in self-destruct digital bits.
Yeah.
You're smart enough. You're the smartest man in the room. What are you trying to do? Effing destroy the company? A Gates Foundation employee told the outlet that the billionaire asked her on a date while they were at a cocktail party in New York. Quote, "I want to see you. Will you have dinner with me?" Gates allegedly told the woman. In the 1992 biography Hard Drive, Bill Gates and the Making of the Microsoft Empire, author James Wallace revealed Gates had an alleged affair with a married woman 13 years older than him when he was 27 years old.
Ooh.
Gates's alleged affair was with the wife of an Osborne computer executive who lived abroad, according to the biography. Interesting. Lots of pictures here. An Osborne computer executive who knew about the alleged affair told Wallace that, quote, Bill had a real fondness for older women then. Adam Osborne, who developed the first commercially successful PC known as Osborne 1, allegedly demanded that Gates stop seeing the wife of his employee. Quote, Gates told Osborne to mind his own business, Wallace wrote. Gates himself told BBC that he would hack his school's scheduling software to ensure he would be the only boy in class. Oh my gosh. Quote, I was the one...
That is some real nerd flirting.
That is, yeah. Quote, I was the one who benefited by being able to have the nice girls at least sit near me. It wasn't that I could talk to them or anything, but they were there, Gates said.
That's pretty creepy.
Wallace told Insider that while Gates attended Harvard University in 1973, he would allegedly visit strip clubs in an area of Boston once referred to as the Combat Zone because of its notorious strip clubs, porn theaters, and prostitution. Gates himself admitted to frequenting the area, centered on Washington Street between Boylston Street and Neyland Street, in a 1994 interview he did with Playboy magazine. Quote, just because I went there doesn't mean I engaged in everything that was going on, Gates said. I ate pizza.
Uh-oh.
I ate pizza, read books, and watched what was going on. I went to the diners. That's a quote by Bill Gates. Wallace claimed to the Insider that Gates' penchant for socializing with women remained even after he started dating Melinda Gates in 1987. Gates was allegedly known to invite friends to swim naked in his bachelor pad in Laurelhurst, where he rounded up dancers from local all-nude nightclubs, Wallace said. Is that... Okay. Quote... It's just a weird noise to make, dude.
It's just a weird way to put it. Rounded him up.
Rounded up.
Yeah. Like a rancher.
Quote, I don't know if he physically transported them. I don't know if he physically transported them or if he just told them if he just told them where to show up, Wallace told the outlet. Robert X. Cringely. Yeah.
That's not a real name.
Yeah. Who wrote a popular computer gossip column for InfoWorld. Yeah, for sure not. Told Insider that Gates was allegedly often inebriated at tech events and after parties, and that he, quote, got drunk pretty easily. All of a sudden, quote, all of us will have been at some affair where Bill was clearly impaired. He was happier drunk, Cringely said. Gates, then 33.
Ah, there it is.
Took a helicopter to Les Arcs ski resort in the French Alps for an international sales meeting for Microsoft in the summer of 1988, where he was allegedly caught lying on top of a woman on the lawn.
Oopsies.
My gosh. The pair were, quote, just snuggling after Gates joined his employees for drinks in a Swiss chalet and partied until the early morning. Dan Graves, a former Microsoft export manager, told Insider. After he started dating Melinda, Gates allegedly struggled to commit to her, and she was allegedly aware of his womanizing, the outlet reported. The couple even broke up for at least a year early in their relationship. Quote, Bill wanted to be married, but he didn't know whether he could actually commit to it and have Microsoft, Melinda said in an interview for the next Netflix docuseries Inside Bill's Brain, Decoding Bill Gates. Even after marrying Melinda, Gates told Time magazine in 1997 that he still went on annual vacations to the Outer Banks of North Carolina with his ex-girlfriend, Ann Winblad, the software entrepreneur whom he had dated from 1984 to 1987. Bill and Melinda Gates' personal affairs have been managed by Watermark Estate Management since at least 2001, which would allegedly arrange Gates' annual beach trips to Winblad. Meanwhile, Gates is reported to have taken meetings with Epstein, including a flight to Palm Beach on Epstein's private plane. Gates' spokesperson told the outlet that Gates had, quote, absolutely no business partnership or personal friendship with Epstein, and any meetings between the two were about philanthropy.
Yeah.
Liar! Okay.
And it goes on. It goes into the Epstein connection that we've talked about a while, and then goes into his divorce again, and all the stuff we've been covering recently. But this is very interesting. Now, just to make a note of it, he was not married for a lot of these escapades, his womanizing escapades, and he's a young bachelor. It's just,
billionaire.
Rich young bachelor with lots of resources, and was kind of a nerdy kid, didn't get this kind of attention. So this is a story as old as time, really, and it's interesting because a lot of these I don't know, not accusations, a lot of these stories, they're not necessarily that egregious. I mean, it's not like Harvey Weinstein style. He's flirting, he's asking girls out.
He was drunk, laying on a woman on the lawn.
He got drunk at a party, at a bunch of parties, I guess. But hey, the office Christmas party, it happens. So that's what I find so interesting about this. It's not necessarily, oh, what a horrible guy asked a woman out once or twice. But the more interesting part about this is the broader picture of the character assassination going on against him right now, where before, as we've read reports before, how much money and resources and attention his PR team has been putting into building such a wholesome picture of him in the public eye in order to help out with his philanthropy and his business dealings and everything. He really was, and this is sort of prescient because of Bill Cosby's release today.
Right.
You hadn't heard, Bill Cosby got released. His ruling got overturned in Pennsylvania. He's been in prison for 2 years, but got overturned. He's out before his term is up, and that's a big deal going on today. But you kind of see the PR operation was similar to Bill Cosby, where Bill Gates was trying to sort of build this sort of patriarchal, wholesome image. And of course, we know he wasn't necessarily that wholesome for a lot of different reasons, including the Epstein connection, including his ongoing he would not call it an affair, but ongoing relationships with ex-girlfriends during his marriage to Melinda. And of course, Melinda had enough and she bailed for probably a lot of reasons. But it's really interesting to take the 30,000 foot view of this, of like, yeah, he's done. He's over. He's fair game. Where once before he had this sort of PR infrastructure and fortress around him where you could only say wonderful things about him, or he's so smart and so philanthropic and such a good guy. The second the divorce happens, the Epstein connection comes out, all these horrible things about him. Oh my gosh, he flirted with women. Can you believe it? Look how bad of a guy he is. And, in the context of what we look at on this show, he really was a top level elite, maybe not top, but one of the highest publicly visible levels of elite, and getting torn down just savagely over the past month or two is very interesting to watch.
You know, it goes to show that all these people, these billionaires, they're just, pieces on the chessboard.
If they're public facing, if they're public facing, you know that they might not be a pawn. Maybe they're a bishop or a knight, right. So even close, but they are not above a full takedown.
Yeah, sacrificed for the greater good of the agenda. And truly, if you think about what from the elite perspective, guys like Zuckerberg, guys like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, what is it that they got out of these by creating these individual figures, these titans of corporations or whatever? They got social media, they got the spy apparatus. Mm-hmm. They got modern computing with, Gates and, Steve Jobs too, but like Bill Gates is Microsoft, and in all the businesses, most businesses use Microsoft and everything. Elon Musk, they got all kinds of, Tesla, SpaceX. It's all the infrastructure for the technocratic agenda, for the greater societal control mechanisms. Yeah. And so once you don't need the face, you don't need the face anymore. And especially if we're talking about the Great Reset and
not only don't need it, but you could probably benefit from the public takedown of the face.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens to Microsoft. It would be interesting to see what really does happen with Microsoft here, because they're too big to fail, Yeah. Do they just continue on and, they take the legacy and Bill Gates just kind of disappears into the winds of history or whatever? Or are they planning the big cyber attack on all Microsoft products too,
Yeah, well, it also kind of fits in, like you just sort of alluded to. Again, just in our own sort of worldview analysis, it does seem to fit in with the Great Reset, where, now, of course, there's no written evidence to this connection with the Great Reset. We like to mention, you don't need to add any conspiracy theory to the Great Reset. It is all published by the World Economic Forum. But in the ideology of the Great Reset, which is, we are building a new world, you kind of have to tear down these old bastions, these old idols, these old power structures to make way for whatever new sort of thing that's coming along. And you saw it with Me Too. You got the Cosby takedown. Now, I'm sure these are all awful people. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. In fact, it was about time they got what was coming for them. The Bill Cosby, the Harvey Weinstein, sort of the initiation takedown of the entertainment industry. Now you've got Bill Gates sort of being taken down as the technological old guard. We've had the political old guard go through a lot of troubles. This is very interesting how they in a broader sort of ideological aspect fits in with the whole Great Reset thing.
And they must have the replacements truly ready to go if they're at the point where they're starting to tear down.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Maybe
got to be pretty late in the game.
Maybe it's this Sam. What was his name? Altman.
There you go. He's younger. He's got crazy ideas. WorldCoin.
Very connected with global ambitions. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Maybe Sam Altman is sort of one of the younger replacements.
I'm sure they have, and because again, they're going to use these individuals to build the greater infrastructure for what they want. So it's interesting. I think we've come full circle with the episode here. And unless you have anything else to mention, I think we should wrap it up.
I think we're ready to wrap it up.
Cool.
Okie dokie, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Now, don't go anywhere quite yet, because we'll be back on Friday. Friday will be July 2nd. That's right. Be here. Make sure to follow us on multiple locations, and make sure to follow the Canary Cry News Talk YouTube channel. If you're stuck on the YouTube thing, go to Canary Cry News Talk YouTube channel. It's just youtube.com/CanaryCry News Talk. And follow us in all the other places over at CanaryCry.Party. And one of the best things to do, actually, in fact, while you're at it, is to join the mailing list. Because whenever some big takedown or we disappear from somewhere, we do send out an email bulletin. We send out very few emails, but we think that when we do send one out, it's pretty important. But you can make sure to keep up with all the latest of our battles with the broadcasting system by joining the newsletter. And you can do that by heading over to CanaryCry.Party. And speaking about July 2nd, this Friday, we will need some producers for that show. And not only new producers, but also write us a little letter, write us an email, or I guess we can't announce. I guess you can record something like on your iPhone and email it to us if you want to help other listeners understand the value for value model, what it means to you, how does it make you feel, what kind of makes you feel powerful, doesn't it? Whatever it is. Feel free to send in a little voice message, but make sure that the timing is not crazy. Shoot for about a minute if you can. But if you don't want to do that, you can just email it to us. And I want to thank all of our producers for this episode of Canary Cry News Talk, episode 357, starting with our executive producer, Aaron J. Thank you very much, executive producer, Aaron J. And our associate executive producer, James H., for sticking with us, both of you. We appreciate it. But also thank you to producers Egorius, Julie S., Andrew G., Tristan H., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Scott K., Tinfoil Hatman, Juan V., Adam 42, Delane, Kim W., or Dylan 3, Juan E., Linda B., Christine, Sandy B., and Diane O. And of course, thanks to our timestampers, jingle makers, and artists, producers of all kinds. We appreciate it very much. We literally cannot do the show without you. So there you go. And if you're out there, make sure to thank a producer today, or if you're alone, just thank God for a producer and consider becoming a producer for next episode, which is coming up on Friday. And if you want to learn more about becoming a producer, you can head on over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT, or CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right, CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Go do it. Become a producer. Thank you very much. We are so thankful, and we truly can't do it without all our new and returning producers. Now, there's plenty of ways to produce. One is with your treasure, but you can also do that with your time and your talent. Remember, if you're an artist, a creative person of any kind, create a piece of art, write a jingle, make a piece of music, send it all into CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or CanaryCryRadio@Protonmail.com if you like to keep it a secret. That's right. Whatever you create, make it for the show, about the show. We love all your stuff, but and we'd love to feature it on the show. And remember, you can leave ratings and reviews. It's super helpful. I'm so thankful to everybody who's left a rating and a review. It really helps other people find the show. Activates those algorithms to share the podcast with people who may not have even heard of it before. So who knows, your review might be the thing that pushes it over the edge and gets those algorithms activated. I think we're going to hit our 5 review quota for this week. But if you haven't left a rating or a review yet, go ahead. If you have an Apple device, just search podcasts on your Apple device. You're looking for Apple Podcasts. That works for iPhones, for Apple computers, tablets, iPads, everything. Just search Apple Podcasts. It's that little purple icon. Click into there. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe. Leave a rating and a review. I have to read it on the show. It's a great way to help us out and to get me to say funny stuff on the air. Let's see here. What else? Oh, hey, I haven't put out clips for a couple of episodes, but I have them. I'm looking at them right now. I will be putting out clips on our social media, on our Twitter pages, on our Facebooks, our Instagrams. So when you see those pop up on your social media, go ahead and share them, like them, share them, do that kind of stuff. Again, it really helps spread the show around. And if you're on Instagram, follow us at CanaryCry.Party. I'm pretty good at interacting over there. That's great. And if you need to figure out how to find any of those places, again, just head on over to CanaryCry.Party. There was something that I was meaning to talk about. I think it was the value for value testimony thing. Yeah. Don't forget to send in your value for value testimonies. It'll be great because you won't have to hear me do my rambling thing about the value for value model. And we will love to hear what the value for value model means to you guys, the actual producers. Let's see. Make sure to share the show. Share it with your friends. Share it out on social media. And best of all, you got friends, you got family. They're starting to wake up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. And you can help them out by sharing the show with them. That's right. It's easy. And they'll be grateful for it. And so will we. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them. You grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. All right, Guns, any last words?
I just want to mention Matthew 5:44 on the way out here. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. That's you, Susan. Believe it or
Susan.
not.
Come on, Susan. All right, everybody. We'll be back here on Friday. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Feed him more.
120 days.
Come on, man.
Boy, it's really a productive segment, man. Need time. Give me a break.
Feed him more.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Everybody out there offered a vaccine. Don't ask any questions. Please take it.
You can't handle the truth.
Congratulations, you are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I get I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Give me a break. Need time. 120 days.
I wrote the bill. Feed him more. I wrote the bill.
I wrote the bill. Feed him more.
Fun fact, I believe it was
120 days.
Another fun fact.
Come on, man.
Fun fact.
Need time.
Another fun fact.
I wrote the bill.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
Where are the aliens?
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Vaccination.
We're all gonna die.
It's all coming together.
Who can't handle the truth?
You can kill.
I tried to tell you.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccination.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you.
Everybody loves Wapo.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopath.
Are you even woke?